Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming, coming to you live for the final time this weekend. It is, of course, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays that we go live with this awesome league that's been going on for 3 weeks. This is the third week and it shall carry on for 28 days in total. That is season 1. And when we talk about the games, we've got 4 games back to back, action based. But right now, what's going to get started is, of course, FIFA 20. So allow me to introduce our analyst joining me on the analyst desk. It is none other than Phoenix once again to talk more about what's in store for us today.
Thanks a lot, Laura, for the introduction. And today we have a player, which is Milla versus UnFaizd. Yesterday,
Yep.
Dragon Milla also played a game, but he lost. Unfortunately, he lost the game. But today I have host. Maybe he practiced the
Right.
game, and let's hope for the best. And if we talk about UnFaizd, he won the last match he played, which is 3-1. The
Right.
score was 3-1.
Absolutely. I mean, UnFaizd was not phased against Metronome. That is the match that we witnessed last from UnFaizd. But today, I am going to keep my fingers crossed once again for Dragon Miller because, I mean, he's got a very interesting ladder that he's trying to step down off of. I mean, I don't even know how to frame this properly because it's like you end up first game with a 30-0. You move
Yes.
on down to the next one, it's 12-0.
Yes.
And is it going to be an 11-0? I hope not. I certainly
No.
don't hope not.
Obviously, let's move on towards the standings, and we have Epi Pros played 2 matches and won 2, and as same as Masoom, he also played 2 matches, won 2. And if we talk about Devak and the Beast Beyonce, Devak played 2 matches, won 1, and it's 1 draw. And let's talk about Beast Beyonce is on 4th, UnFaizd on 5th, Metronome 6th, Mobizilla 7th, and Dragon 786 Milla on 8th.
Absolutely. For now, that is where the current standings are at for all of these players. And amongst them, of course, is the Beast Beyonce. The dude, the Beast, who is certainly looking really strong. Well, his match is going to be upcoming in week 4. That is next weekend. But right now, of course, as we get prepped for Mobi going against, or rather Milla going against UnFaizd, what are we to expect? Only time will tell. But what are you guys expecting? Hashtag Umzansi and let us know what your thoughts are when it comes to this matchup. And alongside that, Phoenix. Dude, again, I have to go back to that question. Do you think it's going to be an 11-0, 10-0?
Maybe not. I hope this is not
Yep.
going to happen because maybe Dragon will have to work on his game. And if we talk about, he have to do the short pass game. Okay, yesterday he was doing long passes and didn't able to pass the ball to his players.
Right.
Right, he just lost possession every single time. That cost him a 12-0.
True.
So maybe he just have to work on it. And if we talk about UnFaizd, he plays very aggressively. At the first, he showed aggression, would make the opponent clumsy, right? Okay.
Right.
And I'm very excited of the game of FIFA 20.
Alright, well, it is time to, of course, get busy with FIFA itself. So let's throw it to our casters and get this amazing BO2 started.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Phoenix, I love the analysis on Dragon Miller. I think he was playing way too many long balls yesterday, playing very cheeky around his box, lobbing across to his wing backs, and he really got punished for that pretty heavily, Haysner.
Yep, it went pretty south. I mean, he was trying to do something new and unexpected that everybody else hasn't been going for, but didn't really work out. And I think it's one of those things where once it becomes clear that it's not working out to begin with, you should just be like, all right, this strategy is not working and switch it up immediately. But Dragon Miller persisted, maybe thinking to himself that this might be one of the only ways he can actually come back into this. But like Phoenix mentioned, he instead got punished and then it went for 12. But it's better than 13. So as long as it's less than 12 today, I think I'll be happy with the progression we see from Dragon Miller.
Yeah, I think today he's got a tough task ahead of himself once again. I mean, he played against UnFaized teammate in the form of Riyasat yesterday, a fellow Orlando Pirate player, and Riyasat sitting at the top of the leaderboard we see right now. He's the number 1 on the log right now, so he's really feeling the momentum. He's one of the strongest players in this tournament. I got to go back to my prediction. I said he is one of the favorites here, but UnFaized also looking really good in this tournament. We saw a dominating victory from him against Wasim on Friday as well against Metronome. It was a good performance there, 3-0 in the first leg. So this game could be another uphill battle for Dragon Miller, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those. UnFaizd has indeed been one of the better competitors we've seen thus far in the Umzansi Esports League. So if he continues that same amount of progression and strength that he's shown thus far, it should be a pretty comfortable victory for him. The only question now is going to be about numbers, right? Because like you just mentioned, when we see what the leaderboard looks like, because eBay Bros is at the top right now, not far behind with the Beast, that goal difference that we talk about might become relevant later on is now where it starts to become a real thing. So today, I don't think that UnFaizd is thinking too much about whether or not he's going to win or lose. He's thinking more about how can I put myself in the best position to be able to win the entire league overall. And that's going to mean trying to post up as many big numbers. So yesterday we saw a lot of opportunities for Ibai Bros to score. Could actually have been more goals, but he decided not to. And we'll see if that's going to be something that's available today. And we have Paris, France. Hey, for France is crazy. Yo, this French team, I am quite scared, and I'm especially scared because this is UnFaizd playing. It has already racked up a victory using the squad here in the Umzansi Esports League. So I'm thinking he's going to be able to make that 2-for-2 here.
So UnFaizd off to a good start. You're sending the ball out to the wing. So I'm taking it you're more of a France fan than a Liverpool fan, Snare. Whenever there's France out in the game, you're quite happy about it.
Bro,
And now UnFaizd might be happy as well. He's going to go for the shot on Mbappe. Hits the crossbar. Whoa, that was so close.
Dude, Mbappe, this team is actually just insane, honestly. N'Golo Kante in the middle, Mbappe in attack, you've got Griezmann there, Ben Yedder, but while I'm talking about this, there's going to be a counter-attack. Dragon Milla has an opportunity here, dribbling a lot, and he gets off a cross. It doesn't go into anywhere useful. Okay, that was actually interesting. That was interesting. Doesn't end up doing anything, but still a new look that we've seen thus far from any of these players.
He had so much spin on that cross. It's pretty insane. You can see he's very used to playing on his wings and sending the crosses in. Kind of like Ferguson's United in their prime. He uses his wings a lot, but now UnFaizd will be the man to attack. Holding the ball nicely with Pogba here at the edge of the box. Getting some space in the middle, and now back to Mbappe. Mbappe had a good chance already. Is he going to get another one? No, he's not going to.
Kick.
So denied twice now.
Yeah, but it is a corner though, and I do think that France has some pretty dangerous plays from pretty much all areas of the pitch. Recycle back to Nkante, now inside the box with Varane. Will he be able to find an opportunity to get this towards a striking player? Griezmann now dribbling it out, holding up the play as much as possible, waiting for an opportunity for the perfect pass. Tries to hand it over, but unfortunately it doesn't end up going his way. So Dragon Milla, at the very least, has some of the pressure taken off of him though, with the ball being reclaimed by his defenders.
UnFaizd ended up tackling himself there. It was pretty funny. And now Dragon Milla will have a chance to play the ball through. He's holding it in the midfield much better today than he was yesterday. No silly passes at the back thus far. Gonna send the ball out to Robertson on the wing. Has Mane waiting there on the left, but doesn't want to pass it forward just yet. Playing the possession game for now. Might be the right thing to do, actually. Control the game as best as you can, but we see already UnFaizd willing to put pressure onto Dragon Milla here on the far side of the pitch. Now we have a chance to attack forward as well. In a good position. Naby Keita has a lot of space. Oh, he's going to dribble back. He's going to go for the near post and he's going to get it. What a goal. Sensational finish coming out from our man UnFaizd from Orlando Pirates there.
Jeez, wow. What a way to start off the game for him with Mbappe. That shot. What a cracker. Built up in perfect fashion as well. And though that shot was actually really difficult to put off, but it still looked like the keeper stood no chance. And UnFaizd now putting himself on the board. And this is not exactly what Dragon Milla wanted to see coming into this particular contest. But, it is the latest first goal of his that he's conceded thus far in the Umzansi Esports League. So hashtag progress for the boy.
Snare told me the most savage thing before the broadcast started. He's like, we could see progress. It was 12 yesterday. It could be 11 today.
That's still progress. That's still progress, my friend. And thus far it's only one. However, it could become another one. Kingsley Coleman here on the flank with that high speed, but yet again, we see UnFaizd very slowly dribbling himself into the middle of the box, looking for another shot, and he does get it. Second goal put up by Mbappe. The brace already scored by the young Frenchman. And UnFaizd living up to his name right now in an extremely crowded box. Picked out his passes and his dribbles and his shot perfectly. Woof. Looked like an AI pulling off some things right there. That was amazing.
Such clinical finishing there in the box. Every time he has even just a slither of space with Mbappe in the box, he puts it away. I mean, that near corner shot to perfection at right now. And UnFaizd took him 20 minutes to concede the first, but the second came in a matter of seconds, it feels like. Let's see how he'll be able to respond here. Playing it out to the wing, Salah in a decent position. He's got two players into the middle of the box, but the tackle's going to be there.
Oh, nicely done. Just in time to make sure that wasn't going to proceed any further. Very needed right there. Otherwise, he might have been in a dangerous position. And here he is. Counter-attack yet again. Griezmann going forth. Here's these tap touches. This is some tika-tika football we're seeing, but does get held up. Yet again, confident with these dribbles. And he's trying to get his way through the man. It seems to be working. He finds the passes through, but this time around, Dragon Milla is a little bit more prepared for it. Immediately reclaiming possession for himself. He knew that if he got that through, then it's probably going to be a third goal. And that's the last thing that he wants to see right now in the first half.
And now he has a chance to counter. Wijnaldum in a great place, going to hit a great through ball over to Sadio Mane. He's going to hold it nicely. He's dribbling through the box. So many bodies forward. He's going to try for the header, but the header not good enough.
Still a shot on target though. It's a shot on target, something new that we've seen coming
The
in here
build-up
from
was
Dragon Miller.
phenomenal from him as well.
Yeah.
Controlled the pitch really well, make the right passes, held the ball greatly as well. I think if his striker was like maybe half a meter forward, it would have been a much better header. It was just an awkward position to do it from, but he's creating the chances, and that's the big difference maker. And now he's going to have a chance for a corner as well. He likes to play this crossing football, so could be very attuned to scoring corners as well.
You look for the opportunity, doesn't find it though. Can he find a way to get this into a shooting position with Naby Keita holding up the ball, but very, very afraid of the tackle. He knows that the way things are set up right now, he doesn't have enough players back to quickly get into defensive positions. And let's see if he's going to be able to stop this long pass towards Dembele. Extremely fast players on the flank wing. Here we go, the French getting as many people set up as humanly possible. Coming in for the pass from the touchline, but it doesn't manage to get in through. Still though, he is still in possession. Down to Kante, Pogba with the pass, beautifully done into the box for Kingsley Coman. He didn't actually believe that the first touch would run him past the defender, so he takes that additional second thinking he needed to dribble, and it ends up costing him the potential shot on goal. Sort of outplays himself, but Dragon Miller will be extremely happy for that momentary lapse, which allows him to reclaim things himself and try himself now to go for a counter-attack.
That's going to be his opportunity snare. He's going to run it back. 3 players surrounding Keita there. This is going to get called offside. Actually, he isn't. So, got Trent Alexander in a good position here. He's going to try for the cross once again in the box, and he's going to go for the shot, and he gets the goal. Snare, he's done it. His opening goal of the entire UMZANSI League. Dragon Miller giving himself a fighting chance here in the first leg.
And it still is going to be anybody's game here. What a goal coming in. Dragon Miller, he has done it. He's opened up the score sheet. It wasn't the cleanest of goals, all things considered. But who cares as he finally gets it into the back of the net. Oh, man. And just before halftime as well. Going to be a massive confidence boost for him going into the second half.
And the best part for him right now is that, yes, okay, he scored 1 goal, but he's got possession in his favor this game, and it wasn't his first opportunity of the match. It was his second. He had another great one there when he made that cross through to the middle, and the header wasn't good enough the first time. This time, the header again kind of disappointed him, but the control from Firmino in the end for him to slot the ball into that right corner was absolutely phenomenal. But UnFaizd looking to try punish him here with the ultra long ball, but the through lob not good enough there.
We see Dragon Miller now does have the throw-in, has an opportunity to put himself in an aggressive position here, but he needs to be very, very careful. He knows.
He pump faked himself.
Okay. Feels bad. Not good. Not good. This is very bad. Blaise Matuidi now might have an opportunity to get the ball. He's actually just going to go all in for this run. He was faking out potential passes, but now instead, they've got themselves in an aggressive position. This could get scary. We've seen what happens when he gets off these slow dribbles into the 1-2 tap touches. Now Griezmann on the edge of the box. Can he recycle play in through the middle? Gets it back into Dembele. No opportunity for a shot just yet, but no, as I say that, he does the foot switch, gets it onto the other side. Pure class with the shot. Dab on him in the corner. And then he puts this up to 3-0, reclaiming his 2-0 advantage over Dragon Miller. And UnFaizd, yet again, living up to his name. Did you see that, Kamster? Oh my god, that was so sick.
Great finish from the Orlando Pirates man, but Dragon Miller just too hesitant there to make that tackle. He knew exactly what UnFaizd was going to do. That's how UnFaizd scored 2 goals so far in this match, and this is how the majority of FIFA players are playing right now, going for that, looking for that low shot into the bottom corner of the near post. That's the meta of FIFA right now. He sees UnFaizd switching to his left foot there to go for that shot, but he doesn't commit for the tackle. You have to try and stop that tackle, because stop that shot, because if that shot goes off, it's going to go into the goals 9 out of 10 times, and it could be another opportunity for Faiz to score yet another goal. He's 3-1 up. He gets a dangerous pass to Mbappe in the box. Mbappe dribbling, and he's going to go for the shot, but the crossbar going to deny him. But in the end, the rebound falls to Coman's feet, and Coman just puts it away. 4-1 now for UnFaizd.
Seems like Dragon Miller's confidence is starting to get a little bit affected. He's making some mistakes that he wasn't necessarily making in the first half. Either that or very similar to what we saw yesterday, he has been now figured out. Wouldn't be that surprising. We saw one Orlando Pirates player figure out Dragon Miller yesterday. It might be the same thing on the cards here today, as yet again Mbappe dispossesses the defender, looking for a way into the box, gets off another shot. There's the 5th goal. Oh my goodness, Dragon Miller. Man, probably now wishing he didn't put those numbers in his name, but here they are as we get the 5th goal and counting, as it seems, with the kind of pressure that's being put out right now by UnFaizd.
I think what Dragon Miller didn't realize when he scored his opening goal as the Umzansi League is that he just he's poked the bear, you know, he's awoken the beast. After UnFaizd conceded that, he was like, no more, taking off the kids' gloves now I'm going all in. It's like almost a point of revenge, it seems like, from UnFaizd. He's just so relentless, so ruthless right now. Now the cross going to come in, but not going to make it to his striker's head there.
Yeah, definitely does seem the most comfortable with these aerial balls, but when they don't pan out, the issue is you're in this really rough position as you are right now. Easy to give away that possession. You're just being ran down. Mbappe looking for an opportunity for the 6th goal. Holds up with the dribble. Gets off the shot. In from the crossbar. And indeed, end-to-end stuff once again from UnFaizd. Hey, damn.
It seems like literally every single time FaZe has the ball, he puts it in the back of the net. That's what it really feels like right now.
Fam, I just want to remind you that we started the second half with a fighting chance for Dragon Miller. It was 2-1 at that point. Only 1 goal to decide things between the two of them. But now here we are. 5 goal difference between them. Looking very, very rough. He might be able to get another one back. Okay, here we go. Salah in the box. Nice run forward, but a little bit too hesitant with these dribbles. I'm not sure if this is going to pan out for him. He goes yet again for the cross instead of a pass. And it ends up just going back to the goalkeeper. It's going to be ruled as offside.
Did he try cross that, or did he get deflected after the shot? I wasn't sure, actually.
It looked like a cross, I think. Not 100% sure, but speaking of crosses, one is coming. Coleman here inside the box. Will he be able to get this through? Not even going across. Literally going to try and dribble this going through into the goal. Though this time around, there is finally going to be a dispossession in the middle of the box. Is there a chance here, though? Dragon Miller. We've seen this before where he does maintain the ball, but unfortunately, once we get into the box itself, it doesn't seem like there's any juice coming in from this man.
Yeah, I think on the defense, he's looking much better offensively in this game. He's made a couple of good runs. He scored his first goal. But on the defensive end, FaZe has his number 100-1 basically, because FaZe reads him well, and he's like a can opener right now, just carving up the defense every single time. Holding on to the ball in an awkward position here with Coleman. Gonna send it now to the middle. Pogba got some space, gonna defer it over to Kante, and now Dembele in the box, back to Kante. No rush here for UnFaizd, sorry. And now Dragon Miller finally gonna get possession back of the ball.
Okay, let's see if this is gonna last. Nope. Like all good things, it does not last. Back now into the hands of Paul Pogba. UnFaizd though, I think he's mostly at this point really content with just keeping the ball on the side of the pitch. Doesn't really matter that much how many more goals he scores. You know, the victory is guaranteed. You're not thinking about the second leg as well and how to approach that particular one. Mo Salah here, he is going to be able to get the ball into Trent Alexander-Arnold. Does go out though for a corner kick. And this is where he is most comfortable, playing from these set piece positions. Will this result in a goal though? Gomez looking for an opportunity. Gets it for long shots. Oh, okay. Get saved at least. He forced out a save rather than the ball just immediately getting recycled into an attacking position. So I guess that's something, right?
Oh, the cross comes in just over his striker's head. Van Dijk gonna control it. Sending it over back to the header, but no! Dispossessed. Tries for the second shot, but gonna be pushed out for a corner. The third one. Oh, he forgot to bring his player forward. This is a disaster. 7 minutes, 3 minutes left of standard time in the first leg. And now it might cost FaZe here another, grant FaZe another goal rather. And FaZe in a great position right now. Holding on to the ball, but not long enough. Dragon Miller finally gets off a good tackle.
Okay,
now give himself one more chance in this game, Snare. He's lost the ride in the first leg. 2 minutes left of extra time. He still got the ball. Gonna send it forward. Ultra long ball, trying to make it to Mane's feet, but not gonna manage to get there.
That is the
saddest. A bit of a tussle.
What just happened? Okay.
It looked like we swapped over from FIFA to a WWE there for a second with the players tackling each other on the side of the pitch.
Hey man, look, when the game is going rough, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Dragon Miller is like, well, if FIFA strats aren't helping me, maybe a suplex or two might bring me the gas, you know?
I believe in one of the FIFAs you could actually dive with your players. I can't remember which FIFA it was. It was pretty hilarious.
Wasn't that the This Was Football games? Yeah, not FIFA, I think. But there was a FIFA. Yeah.
There was one FIFA. There was one FIFA. You always used to get yellow cards when you did it, though. the referee, they used to take the bait. Unlike the VAR referees now, you know. Terrible stuff. Are you a fan of VAR changes, ne?
Yes I am. Because
you're not a United fan, are you?
I'm not a United fan, no. I'm a Chelsea fan, so you can imagine that VAR definitely has come in handy for me. So I'm 100% happy with this. Maybe we need some VAR in this game right now, you know. Maybe Dragon Miller can say, referee, come on, man. Come back to some of these calls. Grant me a free kick or two. These tackles aren't fair, honestly. Every time he presses a tackle, he gets the ball automatically. No way. There has to be hacks involved somehow.
I mean, today you know me. You know how much I moan about FIFA referees. So I think what FIFA referees actually are is only VAR. There's no, good human decisions being made anymore.
Just the pure digital decision. We need some of that in this game. Real talk, though, what do you think should change right now for Dragon Ball?
I think, again, I was much happier with what I saw from him from the offensive end this game. I think he brought a lot more fire from yesterday. I feel like he learned from the experience of getting that straight up hiding from Riyasat. But on the defensive end, I'm still not impressed. I feel like that one tackle I pointed out where he didn't commit for it and he just took an unnecessary goal there. I think it was the third goal or the fourth goal that FaZe scored. He really has to brush up on the defense. I think there's already been an improvement in terms of how he's passing the ball around and things. He wasn't giving away the ball very cheaply from his back end like he did yesterday. So some improvement there from Dragon Miller, I have to say for sure.
Yeah, I feel the same way, that defensively is where he's been let down the most. It kind of does seem like he's a very composure-affected player. So as he's conceding goal after goal, it starts to affect his composure, spending more time passing things around in defense rather than trying to play in a way with purpose to try to get a goal. But yeah, that's where he needs to tighten up. I mean, the scoreline is not very flattering for Dragon Miller, right? But certainly he has improved. He's definitely a better player here in this week than he was at the very beginning. Now here we are, though. The second leg, let's see how bad things will get. You know, we have gone from 13 to 12. We are now sitting at 6 for him. How many will you concede here? UnFaizd looking for the first one here to open things off in the second leg. Antoine Griezmann passed all the defense. Can he get off the shot? Not in a way that can get himself a goal. So it will result in Allison saving it all.
Oh, ball might just be a little too long there for Salah to get to. He's running at absolute maximum pace. Can Dragon Miller dispossess Linglet there, but doesn't look like it. I think one of the biggest differences I see between the more experienced players in this tournament as opposed to Dragon Miller is that at the pace at which they play with. I mean, look at this. FaZe was at his box and now he's already in his opponent's box once again. And he's going to have a chance to score here, but Griezmann's shot going to be blocked.
Does get stopped off. No opportunity there. And like you mentioned, he's trying to go for this high pace, though. Very nice dribble coming in there from Sadio Mane. But can this turn into something a bit more useful right now for Dragon Miller? The cross, that was a bit more of a cross we'd have seen yesterday. He gets a little bit aggressive with it, but doesn't pan out. Hopefully that reminds him, oh yeah, by the way, I changed tactics for a reason. And let's see who... And these dribbles, he's just being herded back towards his part of the pitch, slowly but surely. UnFaizd preventing him any routes of access. And now, even though he's the one at the throw it, he's the one that feels more boxed in on Dragon Miller's side, playing on this side of the pitch.
And this right here is a perfect example I was trying to explain. Like, if you look at FaZe, every time he has the ball, his objective is to go straight towards goal, right? Where Dragon Miller, like, messes about at the back a bit too much. Like, I'm sure FaZe put a lot of pressure on him, but he didn't call a second player forward to come receive a pass. And he just got the ball kicked out of bounds, unfortunately. But now he might have a chance for a counter. Decent ball through the middle, but there's two defenders around his striker there. So Robert Firmino not going to be able to control anything. And now UnFaizd is going to be back in the driving seat. Hasn't scored just yet in the second leg, but now might have an opportunity. He's playing here through the wing. Mbappe got a lot of people surrounding him. He tried to be cheeky with the back pass, but it's not going to work out this time, Snare.
He has been playing a lot better defensively, Dragon Miller. He got off a super crucial tackle earlier on, and now he's making sure that he's providing no space inside the box. This is fine. This is decent. Still have a little bit of time for him on the ball. He's trying to dribble things back. Looks like he's being he understanding at the very least that UnFaizd knows that he's most comfortable playing on the flank. So UnFaizd is immediately ready to respond to pressure on that side of the pitch itself. But now here we go, play through the middle. Dembele trying to go for a long run, getting the ball into Griezmann. Will he be able to find an opportunity for a shot? Holding it up yet again, dribbled past, there's the shot. And yet again we see this goal type coming in from UnFaizd. 7th one of the series, first one of the second leg. And he's off to the races around a similar time as he scored his first goal in game number 1-2. So that, you know, that's going to make him feel good because he knows I'm operating like clockwork, baby. Just a goal machine. And let's hope it doesn't get as bad as it did in the first game. But here we are. The first one has started already.
On the bright side for Dragon Miller, if it does go as bad as it went in the first game, he's still 2 aggregate better than yesterday because he scored 1 and he only have conceded 12 today. So
yeah, that is true.
Ever.
All we want is improvement, and we might get it here. Mbappe, okay. You see what I mean? He actually has improved. Like, game on game, it might not be that easy to spot, but he is doing better. He is adapting to what UnFaizd is doing to him right now.
I mean, last leg he already conceded the second goal by 28 minutes. So, again, talking about an improvement, it's there. He's getting a bit sharper on the defensive end. Is what I like to see because it's so important in this game because, like we were saying earlier, it's just such a fast-paced game, this FIFA 20. So, whenever there's opportunities in the box, you usually get punished for it. Oh, Mbappe just clips that a little wrong. Otherwise, that could have been goal number 2 for UnFaizd for sure. Oh, he's going to get another chance. He's going to get blocked out. Allison with such a clutch save.
Dragon Miller. Okay. Some signs of life from the guy. It seems like he's also like, yo, I'm also a bear. Poke me enough times, eventually I'll also wake up. You know, look at this. Look at this, how he's responding much better on defense right now. This is actually pretty nice to watch. You won't be able to get... Oh, man, that's...
good enough.
There was a chance there. It's not going to come to fruition, though. This goal might come out, though. Oh, my goodness. Yet again, Dragon Miller prevents the shot from going off with a beautifully positioned block. Might not be able to get the counter-attack just yet, though. Does finally get the pass through to Naby Keita. And here we go. Sadio Mane with a lot of space on the flank. Doesn't have that many players in support, though. We're holding up the ball to wait for them to get into position. Doesn't manage to actually get it into the middle of the pitch and into the middle of the box. But still, signs of life once more coming in from Dragon Miller.
I love the ball to Mane. I think that he could have been a bit more decisive on that pass. But now, he's looking to counter-attack. UnFaizd in a good position right now. Kylian Mbappe, edge of the box. He's going to go for the long shot. He's going to dribble more. He's just holding on to it for now. A bit of disrespect, but he's being patient with it. I actually like this. Not trying to chance for the long ball. Waiting for that perfect opportunity here in the box. But he's not going to find it this time because Dragon Miller gets off an important tackle. And now could look for a counter-attack once again. The pass, though, you're in the middle. Just too weak. Not decisive enough.
Fortunately, he does manage to take back possession very, very quickly. This is dangerous, though. Oh, God. This is so scary. What a place to get dispossessed. Mbappe. That steal might grant them another goal here on the French side. Gets the pass through in the middle, but that's safe! Oh, my gosh. What a save. What a save.
Allison, man of the match so far. Undisputed. And now he's still in a good position. So many defenders around after this corner, so UnFaizd not in the best position to score here, but he's making so much space now. Mbappe in a dangerous position. He's going to have a chance to shoot, but again, just doesn't clip it right. Is it actually going to be a penalty here?
No, it's a goal kick, bro.
What?
This is probably going to get ruled as a goal kick.
Oh, it's end of the first half.
Yeah.
End of the first half.
Okay. This is one thing I've actually seen that has been very interesting. UnFaizd has been spending a lot more time dribbling in his attacking plays because he's actually noticing and seeing just how much Dragon Miller has focused on defense in this game, and it's been much more ironclad than we're used to seeing coming out of Dragon Miller. So we're gonna see some tactical changes coming in from UnFaizd. He is not satisfied winning with just simply one goal, so we're gonna see much more aggression in the second half of the second leg, which should concern Dragon Miller a lot, considering how things have been going when the aggression wasn't at max. But still, though, he has been playing a lot more defensively this time around. And you can see it as soon as things get into the box, right? He will not allow for UnFaizd to spend as much time as he wants developing the play. Gets shut it down as soon as it's humanly possible to do so.
Now UnFaizd, let's see how many goals he can get. Because remember, we spoke about this fact in the broadcast yesterday. Sure, for Dragon Miller, it's a learning experience, etc. All these games, but for these guys who are trying to compete for the title, every goal matters here because He know. FaZe has to know his competitors have been scoring a lot of goals against Dragon Miller. So the 6 he scored in the first and the 1 he scored in the second is not enough so far. Can he get another? Can he make the goal difference a bit bigger? No,
What?
he can't, Snare.
Allison, bruh. Allison, bruh.
Gonna have another
Ale-
chance here off the corner. But UnFaizd, sorry, Dragon Miller gonna get a great tackle there. And now
a
it's gonna
chance
be a
here.
hard run to make here. He gets bodied off the ball, but he still retains possession here. Can he find a gap to pass once again? No, he can't. The tackle from UnFaizd, just too
Here comes the
good.
punish.
And now it's a 4-on-2 situation. Griezmann has space. Can he get off the shot? He's holding on to it for now, but now he gets some space. Did he get blocked by his own player there?
Yes,
or
he
did it
did.
defense?
He got blocked by his own player.
Man. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
And at that time,
Still
they
has the
actually
ball
gone.
though. And now he's gonna go for it and he gets it. What a shot!
I am very surprised that actually ended up going in. What? Are you crazy? Ben Yedder. What a player. Somehow able to get that and connect it into the back of the net. Surrounded by the Liverpool defense. This time around, Alisson stood no chance. There's no French player in front of him to block that one. So now we are 2-0 up here in the second leg. Man, that was actually really unfortunate. I feel really bad there for Dragon Miller. There were so many shots that he prevented from happening, but it kind of felt inevitable. That was the Thanos goal of this particular series.
I don't feel that bad because the best save from all the shots was taken was UnFaized's own striker getting in the way of his one shot. Yeah, now he goes for another. Not gonna get it though. Oh, okay, the clearance does come on. I thought Dragon Miller was gonna be a bit cheeky there. I was getting a bit worried.
Yeah, very wise from him to rather just get the ball out as soon as humanly possible. Might not be able to recycle this as well as he'd like. Okay, here's a chance. Here's an opportunity. Wijnaldum on the wing. Has support in the middle. It's a 4v3. Can they get this goal? Here's an opportunity. No! The strikers today playing way too much defensively on their own team or against their own teams. And Firmino looking towards Mbappe's block and is like, I can do better. Prevents that goal from Dragon Miller. Now suddenly we're on the other side of the pitch. Dembele, he's not going to have the same problem. No one's in front of him. Near post. Doesn't even need it. Just slots it into the opposite corner. Puts it up to 3-0. Oh my god. Dragon Miller is going to be hating life right now. He was seconds away from a goal. But instead, little did he know he was seconds away from just conceding a goal yet again.
I like what he did there though on the defensive side. I mean, okay, he kind of got split open and the pass went through the middle, but he tried with a slide tackle, which was positioned really well. Against a lesser FIFA opponent, he would have got that tackled off, I would say at least 7 times out of 10. But UnFaized, he read it perfectly and he made the dribble to the side. Instant reactions from the Orlando Pirates, man. And this is why this guy competes for tournaments there. He's just that good.
Yep, he has the quality. He is at that level. He's here to win, baby. Not just here to be a competitor, trying to walk away with the crown. There is going to be a goal, though, coming in. Dragon Miller, finally, we do manage to get him in with a beautiful header. He's been trying for these the entire Umzansi Esports League. Finally gets it. Firmino, at the very least, making up for his mistake a little bit.
Such an unexpected play, too, but he executed perfectly this time, Snare. That was his idea, and it got executed to perfection. He's now got 2 goals in this match, more than he's had in the entire tournament.
Exactly. Doubled up, man. He is... And not only that, but this is going to cut into the potential goal difference that's going to go against him. So no matter what happens in these last 15 minutes of regular time with the additional added time, nobody can say that Dragon Miller has not definitely improved here in the Umzansi Esports League. We'll see, though, if he's going to end up conceding a 4th. But nope, he's set up with the defense so far. He's getting cut through with these passes, though, but UnFaized still not able to find a clear angle to go for the shot. Trying to get these dribbles off with Antoine Griezmann. Not able to do so just yet. And it's proving to be a little bit problematic for him when Dragon Miller is able to actually set up his defense in advance. And there we go. Dragon Miller does stop the advance. Opening up potential for himself to maybe get himself the 3rd goal here in this series and here in the Umzansi Esports
Oh, and look
League.
at this ball.
What a cross!
He might have another opportunity. He's got the run here with Mane. Mane got the pace. There's a lot of bodies in the middle. Can Dragon Miller keep his composure to get a pass in, though, is the question. He's dribbling still. He's going to get the cross through. Is he going to make it to his striker's head? No, it's not. Defender was there to snuff that out.
And now he's in trouble, though. Yet again, this seems to be the perpetual case. A shot from Dragon Miller, immediately countered out by a potential run from UnFaized. Doesn't manage to get the shot into the net, though. Allison with the potential block there. And the dribbles also stopped nicely by Dragon Miller.
I would love to know how many saves Allison has made for Dragon Miller this match, because he's seeming like an absolute beast so far. Like save after save after save after save. Even though he loses, I'm pretty sure Allison gets man of the match here, at least in my books.
Oh, definitely 100%.
Oh, another!
What? Are you kidding me? How is that a save? How did that happen? How did that happen?
For Allison we stand, man. For Allison we stand. But UnFaizd gonna have another opportunity. 2 minutes left of standard time. Outside of the box at Ben Yeda. Ben Yeda scored one already. He's gonna make it his second here. What a shot snare.
Jeez, what a shot. That was unstoppable, honestly. There's nothing he could have done about that. Given that angle, look how powerful it was. Just what a threaded through way. Good God. Putting himself up to 4-1 right now. 10 goals overall on aggregate. This is going to be UnFaizd in a very comfortable position, obviously, to win out the series. But that goal took a lot longer for him to develop than he would have liked otherwise. So I think Dragon Miller can still walk away thinking to himself that, man, I've managed to shave off a lot of the goals that were scored against me. Put up some of my own. UnFaizd looking to have the final say here in this contest. Looking for one final goal from Mbappe. Can he get this in? Will there be defense? No, there will not be. But the crossbar this time around will be the one that denies UnFaizd that potential 11th goal. Oh my goodness, we will not have the normal progression. It goes from 13 to 12 to 10. 11 gets jumped from Dragon Miller. It's a loss from him, but it's 2 goals up from... This is, in my opinion, look. He lost, but he walks away with the win here because he's a better man. He's a stronger man than he walked in today with. So I think he's going to be happy with the performance overall.
I'm going to correct you, Snare. He's not a 10 aggregate he lost. He conceded 10 goals, but he scored 2 back. So it's only an 8-goal aggregate. I'm very impressed with what I saw from him today. Offensively, significantly better. In the second leg, he stepped up his defense as well. So Dragon Miller, yes, he was coming in as the underdog of this tournament, coming in against a whole bunch of Titans. But this time round, he's making some progress. He's getting better. We enjoyed this game, panel. What do you guys have to say about it as well?
Thank you so very much, casters. What an exhilarating game that certainly was. Match 1, match 2, just GG's indeed coming in for the winner. But the best thing to point out is the fact that Dragon Miller ain't done yet.
Yes, for us, he lost. But for me, he won. Finally, he scored 2 goals. And the score is 10-2. And UnFaizd, just a domination play. Yes, he played very aggressively.
Absolutely, he certainly did, and that is something that we've seen from UnFaizd earlier as well. That aggressive play that he brings to the table certainly does favour his gameplay. But on the other side, of course, Dragon Miller had a stance today. He made a stance, and not only that, well, we've seen in the past 2 games as well, he's always in for those lob passes. And he's really direct as well. It's just that he's not able to deliver this time around. Those wonderful goals coming in were just beautifully placed by Dragon Miller.
Some lofty passes, and let's talk about the breakdown of the gameplay of Dragon Miller.
Sure.
What he does when he got the ball, when the opponent charges towards him, he get confused in his own dribbling. He's just dribbling and lost the position.
Right.
Which is not good, and sometimes it good. And if we saw that the lofty balls, every time he got the ball, what he do? Just loft the ball towards his player.
Right.
And if we saw the second match, he get the goal from that lofty ball as well. That header, yes. The header is quite amazing, and Dragon Miller can do. We see the Dragon Miller have the capability. He knows what to do, and I know he can do. And let's move forward towards the leaderboard. And let's see. So we have the first, second, and third. The 3 players have 6 points, and Divok is on 4th, Beast Beyond is on 5th, Metronome is 6th, Mobizilla 7th, and Dragon Miller 8th, and he played 3 matches. And if we talk about Ebi Pros, he played 2 matches and won 2 matches. He have 6 points, and if he won the 3rd game, he'll going to get 9 points, which is actually amazing.
Well, it certainly is, but that's not the end of the story after all, because that's not the only number of matches that they're playing, right? It's not only 3 matches that they're going to be playing, so the story will continue on further. And as the story continues on further, from week 3 on to week 4 and so on and so forth, we shall keep our fingers crossed for all the bottom players, because
Yes.
again we saw the gameplay coming in from Dragon Miller. We are sure that he has what it takes to be able to
Yes.
go against the competition. The only thing is he going to be able to, and that only future can answer for us.
Yes, obviously, and let's hope for the best that Dragon Miller is going to win his games in future. And I'm also very excited that Dragon Miller is going to win.
Absolutely. With that, of course, congratulations to his opponent, Unfazed, with that gameplay. It's miraculous skills being showcased right there. But along with that, we do reach the end of our FIFA 20 segment. Stick around as we go on a very short break, because coming right up is PUBG Mobile. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, where indeed what's about to get started is some PUBG Mobile action between these incredible groups. But to talk more about that, I am joined on the analyst desk by none other than Phoenix. Once again, welcome back, mate.
Thanks a lot, Blotter. And yesterday we saw very amazing matches of PUBG Mobile, and they have the team showed the aggression, the domination, and the caliber that how you can play PUBG Mobile. And what are you thinking that which players are going to win? Which players are going to get the chicken dinner?
Well, again, that is the question. That is the heated debate all about. Because after all, Group A, B, C altogether, we've got 24 teams that are part of round 2. And today, the groups that are going to be playing today, of course, are going to be Group B and Group C. But more on that later, because right now it is time to segue into the conversation about some prize pool, because that is... well, it's a massive load that we're talking about. Season 1 and Season 2 combined together, you're looking at 1 million rands in total, off of which, of course, when you segregate just the PUBG Mobile segment, you're looking at 493,000 rands that all these players are, of course, fighting for. Now, another thing to keep in mind is that, like I said, this is round 2, where we've got 24 teams. As you move on from round 2 into the semi-finals, there'll be 20 teams. You move on from there into the finals, there'll be 16 teams. So, as we progress along weekend by weekend, slowly but surely, teams are certainly going to get chucked out along the way as well. And with that, of course, let's have a look at the groups that are playing today. That are Group B going against Group C.
So we have a Team NF Unique, Team Gamers Unite Nation, Team Outsiders Official, Team Natural Killers, Team Reluctance SA, Team White Storm Esports, Team Immortals, Team Inkosi Esports in Group B.
Absolutely, and when you look at just this Group B right here, quite stormy sports. I mean, the Aquaman, so to say, when it comes to our Umzansi Esports League. These guys have been trying that rotation, the water rotation for themselves for quite a long time, though. Hasn't really been working out in their favor, but on the other side was, of course, Inkosi. That was initially not looking too good. They were in the red zone, simply put.
Yes.
They were about to be relegated, but they picked up the pace. They showcased that domination,
Yep.
Phoenix, and here they are. But moving on to Group C.
So we have Team Vibe, Team INV Gaming, Team House of Anubis, Team Dark Dragon, Team EFX, Team Nibble Odyssey, Team TOC Arcane, and Team Spaza Gaming in Group C. So I have to throw light on Team House of Anubis.
Absolutely.
They showed a very interesting and a very domination type of gameplay, and they're one of the best, I think so. And if we talk about their kills, the average kills are 8 to 7, which is a high amount, and they also get 2 or 3 placement
Points, absolutely.
Yes.
They certainly do try and get that. And for the previous 2 games that we have witnessed from House of Anubis, that is something they've been very consistent with. And of course, with that, we do have the point structure on our screens, where indeed the first team that, of course, gets the chicken dinner is going to get 20 kills, 20 points. As you move on 4th to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th positions, respectively, you're looking at the point segregation from 14, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, respectively. And of course, for every kill, you do end up getting that 1 point.
Yes, let's move on towards the leaderboards, and Jake Speed Temper is on first position with 95 points. Team 4UCast on second position with 57. Team BBC with 39. Team Blink with 36. Team EFX with 35. Team Oxygen Elite team total point 35. Team Reluctant SA with 33. Dark Dragons and with 32 points, and which is really amazing. And let's move on towards the second chart, which is House of Anubis with 39 points on 9th position. Team Vibe with 25 points. Team Gamer Unite Nations with 25 points. INV Gaming with 21 points. Inkosi Esports with 15 points. Spaza Gaming with 14 points, and Sidesons Gaming with 12 points, and Immortals as well having 12 points.
Absolutely, that is the second quarter of the leaderboard that we're looking at, the second page. As you move on to page number 3, again, the teams to probably point out amongst this is certainly going to be a Team NFX Unique as well as Quite Stormy Sports, because these are 2 teams that we actually did expect to see quite a lot of synergistic gameplay from. But indeed, when it comes to not only these 2, if you look at the 18th position, that's held by Natural Killers, another wonderful team that in week 1 showcased some beautiful dominating kill streak, but eventually somehow along the lines as they move on to round 2, it seems to have kind of faded away. It seems to have kind of faltered when it comes to the aggression coming in from that team. And with that, the final 4, well, never mind the final 4, because right now it is time to get this game started.
Right.
The casters are ready, so let's throw it to our casters and get into match number 1. Alright, we are going to switch along the conversation for a few more minutes as the game just gets itself prepped. Another team that you were talking to me about was INV, right?
Yes, INV Gaming, they can improve their gameplay, and I think so that they are going to step up, and they're going to get a good position. Okay, let's throw it towards the caster.
All right, well, hey guys, welcome back. We're gonna get straight into it, super quick. Of course, we're super excited to see the teams perform today. Of course, we've been seeing them do some pretty good jobs in recent times, but of course, now we're looking at some new teams to potentially take the rise, because of course JXP10, but they've been right at the top of that leaderboard, but well, they're not in this match, of course, and that means that there is a chance for the rest of these teams to make it up to those top spots on the leaderboard. So we're going to have a look and see if that is exactly what they do. They're going to be looking to put as many points on the board as possible. And of course, we're going to take a look at that flight line, which is quite interesting, going right across from the eastern side over to the western side towards the northern portion of the map. So a very interesting flight path indeed, and that seems to be the case for well, pretty much every game we've seen so far. Every flight path looking a little bit different, giving these teams a little bit something else to have to adapt to and change up their styles a little bit. So keeping all these teams and players on their toes, which is really nice to see. So we're having a look now, checking out where these teams are going to be dropping. Of course, they're going to be moving their way over across the rest of the map, which is pretty standard. All the hotspots, nice and accessible there, of course. Here's Naya, going to be one of those spots. Pachinki, of course. George and the zone also going to be flying all the way down there, relatively center, sort of towards the west. So nothing too crazy. There is a little bit of military base in the question, but we'll see if that, comes into play at any point in time. All right. At the moment, we're having a look to see where these teams are going to be clashing right now. Everyone just trying to picking up that initial loot, getting all their stuff ready as per usual. I'm going to see, interested to find out whether these teams actually get super aggressive or play super passive. We've seen pretty much both styles of play in the tournament so far. Across the whole league, we have seen everything from passive to super aggressive. We've seen, very anchored play, and we've seen very quick on your feet play as well, which, it's very nice to see, actually, because that means that these teams, they've really been forced to adapt and change up what they're doing, and that's good to see. That's, good for growth. It's good for us to watch as well, because it makes for interesting content, and, well, I'm keen to see that continuing going forward into this match. All right, so at the moment, we're just having a look to see where the fights might potentially break out. I can see Odyssey and Gun, of course, up there in Yasnai. You can see on your map pretty close there. Might just come into contact in sometime pretty soon. But ultimately, everyone nice and spread out on that map, just making sure they're getting into those comfortable spots, making sure that they're getting that loot up without any real challenge. Of course, you want to make sure that you've got all the gear that is necessary before you get up to any of your mischief. So we'll see if that does indeed be the case. And if you're wondering why I'm the only one that is talking at the moment, it's because I'll add DK having a little bit of those technical issues. Unfortunately, it is what it is, just have to roll with the punches. So we're waiting to see if he will make it back. But in the meantime, you're just stuck with me, your boy Patchy. And well, we're just having a look to see what is going on this map. All right, so at the moment you can see here, Gun positioned all across the way, across Yasnaya, Odyssey, in their sight. They know that somebody is close by, but the question is, do they take the shots? Early aggression is relatively important. We talk about it quite a lot in being very impactful on how the game works. And getting in a couple of kills early on would be really helpful for Odyssey. Of course, on the other side, Gun looking to put some points on the board. Honestly, I expected Gun to perform a whole lot better than we've seen them in the last couple of matches that they were present. this time around, I'm hoping that they will be able to put some higher numbers on the board. Of course, we've definitely seen what they're capable of. And of course, we don't want to let Tampa just sit on the top there the entire time. We've got to get some of these other teams up towards the top. Of course, we do have the Dragons in the game as well, who are another team that I am keeping my eye on. For the moment, though, we don't really have any teams in super challenging positions across the map. Everyone mostly spread out all across the map. Nobody close except for, of course, Gun and Odyssey, who have yet to engage. So right now, teams set up in such a way, Natural Killers all the way up in towards the top portion, right up in towards the northeast. You can see Gun and Odyssey obviously in Yasnaya. All the way towards the east is, I believe that is Mecha 6, I'm not 100% sure. Then we have iEnvy down towards the southeast. Those are the only teams, including Effects up in the north, who are going to be moving their way in towards the zone, which is down all the way towards the west, going to be making their way up into that spot. Most of the teams just sitting relatively comfortable inside the zone at the moment, which we see time and again when the zone lands right on top of the teams. They do not have to move, they do not have to rotate, so sitting quite happily inside that zone, just waiting for the next zone to be chosen, not really getting too uncomfortable, not getting too aggressive, which, is neither here nor there. We like to advocate for aggression just because you really give yourself a really good chance, the best chance to get those points on the board. But playing passive, also definitely an argument to be made there. You can see right now, Risk's going to be taking some shots towards Supreme. I'm going to be hitting quite a few of them, really putting them in a difficult position. And this is a nice couple of early shots here from Gun to try and put some points on the board. Maybe they catch out Odyssey here. Of course, on the other side, Odyssey going to have to make a decision if they want to take this fight or not. If they feel confident in taking this one, they might just be able to do something. But at this point, it just seems like they want to get out, which is a decent position to be in. They're just going to hop in their vehicle and get out of there. They don't want to take any early fights against Gun, and who can blame them? Definitely not a team you want to challenge too early on unless you feel confident in doing so. So they're going to make their way out, Gun. Just going to not have any free kills. Alright, most of the teams now just making their way in to that zone, setting themselves up, making sure they're in towards it. You can see Odyssey just making their way around, rotating off of that position in Yasnaya, not getting involved in anything too crazy. In the meantime, it is going to be Vibrant who is moving in between Immortals and House of Anubis, who are there in Pachinki, and it's going to be the Outsiders putting some shots in towards Immortals.
Well, let's hope they can get those shots in and get this party started with the players there, of course. Yeah, so let's see how it goes. Hopefully, because there's quite a few players right there surrounding them. We see the Outsiders, of course, spreading themselves up into that 2-2 split. 2 players on the one side, 2 players on the other side. So we're now just hoping that these players will, move in. Well, the Outsiders, of course, and move into the Immortals and get those shots going.
Yeah, right now, just seeing who can land the shots. Nobody really taking too aggressive of a stance. Mostly this game been relatively passive here. The engagements that we did see have been all broken off and rotated away from. So maybe the Outsiders will choose to take this fight. As you can see, the last 2 remaining players from Outsiders now coming in towards the back. Might just catch Immortals off guard here with a nice little pincer attack.
Goes. They also have those that fly heavy as a team from Odyssey all the way over towards the farm region. They're passing first past each other.
Yeah. Certainly. All right. So we're having a look now. All the teams making their way inside as that zone has been chosen once again. But it is very centralized. Once again, these teams don't have to move very far. Most of the teams already landing up inside the zone, so no need to rotate. You can see on your screen here some drops coming in right towards the center of that zone, maybe going to entice Inkosi or Vibrance, somebody close by to go and try and pick that up. Might just be a point of contention. for one of the teams here if they decide to go for it. But the rest of the teams just making their way inside. There's a couple of them outside that zone, but ultimately everyone's still sitting pretty comfortably, which is definitely, yeah, it can be an interesting situation, because what I like to say in a situation like this, when the zone isn't forcing any fights, is means you have to make those fights for yourself. Otherwise, you're going to end up with quite a chaotic final zone.
Yeah, no, that's very true. So we also see the players there from the Dark Dragons, as you can see on the map there. They're just passing right past the team from Vibrant. We also have the team from Reluctant. I think it's EFX or Blink that we've got there. The players there in slot 9.
Yeah. Yeah. EFX.
Yes, yeah, that's EFX. So they're very, very close. So we might even see a bit of engagement between those players there as well. And of course, House of Anubis just rotating out of Pachinki now and heading up right over towards Odyssey.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see here these teams getting relatively close, and this is the sort of clustering that we expect to see when you're not really taking those early fights. So right now, the Immortals with a great Gren towards the outside, as Odyssey also now taking a fight against House of Anubis. You can see here lots of fights going across the board. It's going to be Outsiders and Immortals going at it. Outsiders now putting some pressure on towards that house, trying to flush out the rest of the Immortals here. You can see the Immortals are quite split up, and well, that's not going to be a great position for them to be in. Of course, BTC here now trying to take the fight, going to get knocked over instantly. Say goodbye to him, and well, we are left with now 15 teams, so that's our first team sent back to the lobby. Of course, the Immortals, and well, that's the first fight of the match, which is questionable. Certainly questionable. Generally, you want to take as many of those early fights as possible, but yeah, I don't know. At this point, you have to maybe sort of question what is the game plan for these teams here. They just want to survive as long as possible, is what it seems to be the case. And of course, that is quite a respectable stance to take at this point in time. You know, those placement points counting for quite a lot. Looking very, very enticing. And we're going to see another crate dropping down over here, pulling those players towards and just maybe you know, dangling a carrot in front of them to try and get them to go in this direction. So we'll see if any of the teams do eventually go there. But right now, Natural Killers and EFX going at it a little bit, exchanging some shots. But yeah, ultimately, these teams not really getting uber close to one another, which is going to mean that these teams survive another zone. And as the zone gets smaller, we still have 15 teams and 58 players left on the board.
And we also, of course, have the players there from Inkosi and Unique, also very, very close together, almost in that central part of the zone. So just waiting to see now, are they going to move up? And also, of course, we've got the players there from Odyssey and iEnvy. As you can see on the screen now, very, very close. Hopefully, they're going to start their exchanges soon. We've got some Grens flying back and forth. So hopefully they're going to start, yeah, well, oh, there we go, some nice shots. Let's see, are they going to push in? We got Inkosi also in the kill, oh, sorry, that's Odyssey, never mind, I thought that was Inkosi. I can't read today, but the team's all over the place, and we already see a few hits now going into them.
Yeah, we're just waiting for these battles to play out at the moment, because these teams, well, they're being squished together slowly but surely, and the longer they stay alive, the closer they are forced together. So iEnvy now just trying to outmaneuver Odyssey, trying to make sure that they can take this fight. Some reses coming in here. Islay trying to get Inspector up and running for the fight once again. Odyssey actually just deciding to rotate out of this one. They've gotten the damage they feel pretty happy with, and now they're going to be moving in towards the zone, playing it a little bit more safe, which is fine. But that seems to be the case for absolutely everyone on the map right now. Everyone playing it safe enough to just get into the zone, which means that, well, they're going to get even closer until they're just right on top of one another.
Yeah, we can see quite a few teams up in that northern side of the zone there. We got the Natural Killers there, we got Vibe there. We got Reluctant, so nice clumping up in that corner, and then of course down over towards the northeastern side, we've got Quiet Storm and the players there from Tears of Chaos, as well as Unique.
Yeah. Yeah, these teams just getting closer and closer, and like you say, Tears of Chaos now getting very, very close to a couple of teams. They're unique, moving down from the north, and well, we could see a potential fight there. Some EFX team members there, just to the north of that little cluster. Ultimately, the rest of the teams just squeezing their way into the zone, and Odyssey now moving up on the Dragons, and Gun taking a couple of shots on Deity.
And Odyssey now also engaging as INV is, of course, now trying to roll up into that zone. And as you mentioned, of course, we've got the Gun team there. They're also moving in. House of Anubis also now moving up towards the Outsiders. So we're going to see quite a few hits now between the teams, and the zone shifting up once again. Oh, we only got a few teams in zone, so this is going to be a crucial part where these teams, of course, now need to start making their rotation up in towards the zone. And this is where we're going to see the casualties, of course, now going all over the place.
Yeah, these teams are going to have to put the work in to try and survive this one. The fights didn't happen early enough, so now they're bound to happen. Plenty of teams to wipe out, lots of players to go down here as Gun now moving their way in. House of Anubis up towards their north. Effects, Inkosi actually right in the center of the zone at the moment. The rest of the teams trying to rotate up. Odyssey just off the shore of the Dragons. Tears of Chaos moving up to their north. Lots of teams moving in now, and that means lots of shots that we're about to see. The zone not very big at the moment. It's only going to get smaller from here, and these teams, they're going to have to fight for this real estate.
And we've got quite a few teams, of course, now pushing up in from all directions. We've got INV right there with Inkosi, shots flying back and forth. We've got Reluctant, of course, now engaging as well. We've got the players from Unique and Blink. They're also very, very close together. So we're waiting to see who's going to get the shots. And, of course, Smitty over here just putting in head after head as he's now rotating up right up into Quiet Storm there. Some great work coming in from Smitty.
Ooh. Just the shots flying absolutely left and right. You can see Unique now in quite the tussle here with Effects, and Effects are going to be feeling the short end of that stick, going to be taken straight off the board, but the firefights are not finished just yet. INV up here with Inkosi, Odyssey going to be riding themselves over, and well, INV going to be taking a couple of casualties in their exchange with Inkosi right in the center of that zone.
And it's a really tough spot for Inkosi here to be in, you know, like the players from INV, they are pretty relentless. They just keep on pushing and pushing and pushing, and so far they've managed to knock out two of the Inkosi players. Sunny, of course, now getting raised up, so we've got Jasmine, Hunter. Well, Hunter is still down. We've got Frieza, Jasmine, and Sunny, the three players there on the Inkosi side. And of course, for INV, you know, they're sitting on three players as well. Some Grens flying in, doing quite a bit of damage there to Maniac.
Yeah, looks like INV gonna have to play this one just right if they want to take down Inkosi. Inkosi obviously holding up here as best they can to try and repel this attack. Jasmine are gonna get knocked. The Dragons now taking a couple of bits of damage there as well. So there's fights happening all across this map. It's gonna be difficult to keep track of all of them, but still INV now putting their assault up towards Inkosi here. We'll see if they are successful in that for the moment.
We saw the players there from the Dragons also getting a nice few hits in, doing quite a bit of damage there to Quiet Storm, and we also have the players there moving in on towards Gun. Oh, getting hit, but up comes the Inkosi team yet again on INV.
Yeah, they're just moving in fights all across the board. You can see Tears of Chaos and Odyssey going at it there towards the south. Odyssey going to be putting the hits in and taking Tears of Chaos straight out. Now INV making their moves up towards Inkosi, trying to push into this building. The shots absolutely flying at the moment, and Sunny now trying to hold up here in the attic, trying to keep this team alive. Frieza now getting moved up on, going to be used as bait for Sunny to try and put the hits in. Ooh, but there's too many players. Can Sunny hold off on all of them? He's actually going to get the shots. Every one of them hits, and both of the players there from INV going to be taken down. Sunny managing to win that one out.
Wow. Now that's some amazing play, and well, we've still got a few left here for INV. We still got Inspector and the Ice Slay left. So now the thing is to see whether or not Sunny will be able to finish it off or is he going to get taken out by the INV team here? And there's several teams now still needing to make their way up into zone. We're sitting with 13 teams and only 2 of them in zone. The outsiders right there just on the edge of the zone. So it's going to be a very, very tough one.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and you can see the fights just continuing at the moment. Even the play zone chipping in for that one. Gun looking on their back foot. They're trying to move in up here. Chris moving up as well to join the rest of the team. Their fights now heading back and forth. As Sunny still trying to hold up in this house. Might just get pushed once again. We'll see if he can win this a second time. I'm not too sure if that's going to be the case. Right now, House of Anubis, you can see them just trying to keep their position right here. They are jammed between about 3 teams, which is a difficult spot to be in. Sunny also in a pretty difficult spot, so we're waiting to see how these ones play out as the rest of the teams now make their way in.
We got Vibe also. They're closing in on the players from Unique. So they're moving in from the one side. We've got the outsiders now just getting picked off. As you can see there, Unique taking quite a bit of damage. So we've got Skydo and Hansley, now the last 2 remaining players here for Unique. Vibrant being relentless with the grenades, just sending them in one after the other. And then of course, we've got Reluctant just over towards the south. Oh, in comes the hits from House of Anubis. What a hit.
Yeah, this is looking really, really tight. 11 teams still on the board and plenty of players to still knock out. There's lots of fights still to be had here and not much space to do it in. We've got about 400 meters across, I'd say, at the moment to work with, and that's not looking too good for some of these players here. They're going to have to really snake their way in if they want this one. Dragons doing a bit of gatekeeping there. Outsiders going to be taking some hits as well. So Vibrant just shooting those ones straight across. House of Anubis trying to return the fire and try and put those hits in. But man, oh man, these teams really trying to hang on by a thread.
Ooh, the Dragons blowing themselves up for a quick, brief moment there. We got Odyssey, of course, right on the side with them, as you can see on the map there. And in fact, everyone are just trying to get a spot. Sunny getting sent back to the lobby there by iEnvy. So that's another team down. We are left with 9 teams, 22 players. House of Anubis now with a relentless onslaught there on the players from Vibrant, trying to ensure that they don't get the move up in towards zone.
Yeah, that is going to be the name of the game at this point. The teams that are already inside that zone are going to be doing their absolute best to try and stop any of the other teams from getting inside. Vibrant now getting hit by House of Anubis, putting the shots in from a bit of a distance. Going to be House of Anubis players there in towards the zone. Vibrant now taking some shots with Reluctant. Dragons just on their tail as well. These teams have to fight it out because if they make a dash for zone, they're going to get hit in the back, which means they need to take these fights before they move up. And the time to do that is running out as Odyssey now making their way up. They could just run straight into iEnvy, which could be a nice welcoming party for them.
Well, Odyssey is taking a pretty good approach here, you know, running out through this field. They're coming in kind of on the blind side there of iEnvy. But at the same time, it's kind of opening them up to Reluctant and Vibe, as we saw, you know, some of those hits already flying in. So Supreme just managing to sneak up all the way right to the side there. But we still have the players there from Vibe and Reluctant. As you can see here, they are still battling it out. The blue zone about to force them forward. They have no other choice. You've got Smitty already making his run for his blitz, now still hanging back a little bit. And we just need to see, are they going to get those hits in 6? Oh, taking a lot of damage in that blue zone. Seems like he's trying to maybe out-heal the zone.
Yeah, that's not the easiest thing to do at this stage of the game. That blue zone is absolutely destructive. Puts in a lot of damage, but he might just make it.
Yeah, it's possible. And Supreme now, of course, getting lit up right there, trying to get those hits in. Oh, iEnvy moving in. And Reluctant with the steal there. Beautiful play.
Yeah. So right now we're waiting. We have 4 teams remaining. Reluctant now and iEnvy doing a little bit of a dance here, trying to take some fights. You can see Blitz and Smitty going to be the ones to try and hold off and maybe just move in this one. iEnvy just trying to get the push. Blitz gonna go down. Inspector doing some good work at knocking him over. Not able to finish the kill though. Get that thirst on. So the player's still there, but Inspector still has to take down the last remaining player, and it's gonna be the perfect moment to peek. He takes down the last remaining player from Reluctant there. So we're left with 3 teams now. INV, House of Anubis, and Natural Killers, but it's Natural Killers looking pretty strong in this one.
Yeah, no, they are in a pretty they have pretty strong numbers there. The only thing is, can they play with the positioning they've got? They've got the rocks, you know, they've got some hard cover to hide behind, and it's looking fairly tough for INV now because they're on the wrong side of the zone. They need to move up. House of Anubis can really capitalize on this, but you can see the Natural Killers now rotating up, repositioning themselves, really trying to find as many of those angles as they can to just take these players down, as they of course now try to rotate up in towards zone.
Yeah, Natural Killers just putting on a bit of a flex, and a great Gren coming out. House of Anubis just knocking out INV. They're absolutely perfectly played. Brilliant gatekeeping from them, but now they have a tough challenge. They have to go up against all of the players from Natural Killers, and they start with another great Gren.
Yeah, and Thug is, you know, we're seeing some pretty great shots going around this match, and we'll see now whether or not Storm will be able to find the hit. They Juice, of course, now, well, Juicy rather, trying to move in, bleeding out slowly but surely, trying to get back up towards the teammates there, and Storm and Thugger, they can really capitalize on this because Natural Killers don't have the best positioning. They've got some hard cover there, but they are still kind of exposed, and if the players here from House of Anubis play this well, they can really use that and rotate up nicely into the players there from Natural Killers and send them all back into the lobby. But we've got Vile now coming up with a bit of a flank.
Yeah, this is a good way to utilize that man advantage that the Natural Killers has at the moment. Just try and get all of the unexpected angles in on House of Anubis. You know, that is pretty much all they have to do. Make sure that they are holding in that perfect spot to take them out. So right now we're just waiting to see if they will get caught out or if they will be able to pull a fast one on the Natural Killers. Of course, the Natural Killers looking to secure this one, get themselves some points on the board with a much needed victory, and one that we've been expecting from them for quite some time. Thugger going to be peeking out, putting some hits in. Nothing going down just yet. Very, very close here. We've got 2 players from Natural Killers just on either side, so 2 of them just up here towards a little bit of an incline, maybe trying to get in towards the blind spot of House of Anubis. If they can find a crack in the defense, they'll take it almost immediately. Now they're waiting for that zone to come in and just start pushing them out, but Storm gonna be taken down, and Thugger's the last one left to try and keep House of Anubis' hopes alive, but is it gonna last? I don't think he can make it, trying to put the hits in, and there it is. He is done.
Wow. Well, that was absolutely fantastic. Seeing how the Natural Killers moved in that last section. You know, they read the positioning of House of Anubis there extremely well, and, you know, managed to place themselves in such a way that if House of Anubis starts rotating out, they can actually take full advantage of that and do what we just saw them do.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice setup coming out from them, and of course, well played to all the players there from the Natural Killers for being able to take that one all the way to that chicken dinner. You know, we've been expecting that from them for a little while, so yeah, it's good to see them come out with that. Of course, we will see you guys in a bit with the next match coming up pretty soon, so we're just going to take you straight back to the desk, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Thank you so very much, Casters. Natural Killers back in form once again, dude. What a play. What a wonderful play indeed. A chicken dinner deserving team has finally picked up the pace and is ending week 3 with a strong note.
Finally they won their match and
yes.
showed that yes, they have the momentum, they know how to play, and they showed the dominance as well, and they got 5 kills, which is quite nice because if we talk about the first position, they got 20 points and 5 kills per kill per point, single kill single point, so they get 5 points plus 20 points, it is equal to 25 points. And we talk about House of Anubis, they also get second position with 6 kills, which is equal to 20 points. They are also having a good amount of points. And if we talk about INV, right, they played very well, they showed the game, but the grenades from House of Anubis side, which are really amazing. One grenade eliminated the whole team of INV. What
mean,
are your thoughts?
Absolutely. When it comes to House of Anubis, that is one team that we spoke about in the pre-game segment as well. That is a team that has been very consistent recently, and of course, that is the gameplay that they showcase right now as well, with some fierce domination coming in. Even though sadly they only had 2 man standing by the end of it, because on the other side was Natural Killers with all 4 man alive with 3 kills, and that worked out decently in their
Yes.
favor. And again, the rotations. You have to talk about the rotations. The
Yes.
way the rotations just swooped out all the other teams is incredible, yet
Yes.
misery.
Natural Killers show the sneaky play. The rotations are also amazing. And the thing is, while they are doing rotations, the 4 players are alive, which is also amazing. You have to keep the power of the players, because the more the players are, the more the power, the gun power, and
Exactly.
the chance of winning are high.
Indeed.
And INV, they got 10 kills, right? And they got 10 placement points, 20 points. They also get 20 points, equal to House of Enemies, which is
Boy, oh
really
boy.
amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, when you talk about points, of course, with that, we do have the points from this match number 1, on our screens, where Natural Killers indeed did take 25 points with 5 kills this time around, and INV looking again back in form, certainly with 10 kills and 20 points to this team. And House of Anubis, all the 3 teams that we've spoken about are certainly right there, top 3, and Team Vibe.
Yeah.
Reluctant SA.
Oh
Now,
my
these are teams we can genuinely bring out and be like, Phoenix, you know what?
Yes.
These are teams that had been missing out from
Yep.
the limelight, and here they are back in.
Yes, Team Vibe again showed that they have the vibe. They know how to play, and the vibe. They played also well. Their grenades are also nice. I'll talk about. There's a going on a match, okay, the game, and they threw one grenade. They knocked out one player. Okay,
Right.
another grenade, they knocked down another player, and they pushed towards them. That's why they got 4 kills, and which is also amazing. And if we talk about INV House of Anubis, INV got 10 points, but still they are on second position, because they have higher amount of kills as compared to House of Anubis.
Absolutely, that is the reason why they're on second right now. Another way to talk about this would be, where is Gun? Why is Gun missing?
Oh,
Because
yes.
this is one team, Gamers Unite Nations, that we have had, or not only us, I mean the entire community has been looking forward to the performances from the likes of Broly and the entire team altogether. But certainly right now, as we look on to the second page, you're looking at Quite Storm Esports again looking neat on their consistent gameplay, bringing them the 9th spot.
On the 10th position, we have an NF Unique. 11th position, Inkosi Esports. 12th position, Gamers Unite Nation, The Gun. 13th position, Spaza. 14, Immortals. 15, TOC Arcane. And 16, EFX. Oh my god. They eliminated at the first position. EFX is a very nice team. They have one of the highest amount of kills, and they also played very nicely. But today, what just happened? What do you think?
Absolutely, that is so true. It is certainly something that we did not expect from EFX, because this team has showcased some synergistic plays earlier, but again today perhaps they were just not in form, or they were just not able to keep pace with the way the game and the rotation worked out, and not in their favor sadly. But nevertheless, I mean, when you talk back into the point structure itself, when you look back at who is on the top, it
Yes.
is of course JFX right now
Yes.
with 95 points. So let's also segue into the master leaderboard and see if that thing can showcase what sort of a storyline are we looking at after match number 1.
So JXP Temper is on first position with 95 points. For UKest, second position, 57 points. House of Anubis on third position with 51 points. Reluctant SA with 48 points with on fourth position. INV fifth with 41 points. BBC sixth with 39 points. Dark Dragon 7th with 39 points. EFX 8th with 36 points. You can see EFX is on the first chart. We
Exactly.
know that they can play better, but
Yes.
I don't know what just happened on the first match. Okay, they can improve. Maybe on the second match they can got chicken dinner. And let's move on towards the second chart. Blink is on a 9th position with 36 points. 10th position Team Y with 35 points. Oxygen Alight 11th position with 35 points. Natural Killers 12th position with 34 points. Gamers Unite Nation 13th position 29 points. 14th position Nibble or C with 23 points. 15th position Inkosi Esports with 19 points. And 16th position Outsiders Official.
Absolutely.
And let's move on to the third chart. Spaza Gaming 16th point, 17th position, 18th position Immortals with 14 points, 19th position Sidesons Gaming 12 points, Rain Gaming 20 position with 10 points, 21st position Mecha 6 with only 9 points, Team NF Unique on 22 position with only 7 points, and Quiet Storm Esports sixth. Total points with 23 on 23 position, 24th position TOC Arcane with only 5 points, which is okay. Team NF Unique have to improve their gameplay. I have very high hopes. They are on the third chart of the standings.
Absolutely. For now, that is not looking too good for them, as well as Quiet Storm Esports, because these are teams that we've seen some wonderful plays from. I mean, from Quiet Storm Esports, one thing we know for a fact is no matter how they play the game, they do end up making the rotations work in their favor.
Yep.
They end up always using one way or the other. Even if they get 0 kills, they still end up being in the top 5 or top 10, or rather, it was the story till week 2. But as we move on to round 2, things are looking a little different. But nevertheless, the story, of course, continues as there's match number 2 that is still to take place. But that shall take place in a few minutes, as we are going to go on a very short break. Please do stay tuned. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming, coming to you live on Jinx TV. We are in PUBG Mobile segment where match number 2 is what we're waiting for, where indeed, of course, Group B is going against Group C. And before we move into the match, what are you predicting this time around?
Maybe natural killers are going to one more chicken dinner.
Oh, damn, alright with that. Let's, of course, segue into the game itself and throw it to our casters.
All right. Here we go, back again. Round 2 about to get underway for today. So, Apache, we're really looking forward to this one. Yeah, the teams have quite some ground to cover still, and hopefully we'll see that in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I want to talk about here real quick is House of Anubis, because right now, if you have a look at the leaderboards, they're looking towards the top there. And, you know, at the moment we have, of course, JXP Temper sort of reigning at the top there. And somebody needs to come and get a couple of points to maybe challenge them a little bit. And if there's anyone to do it at the moment, it is House of Anubis. And with them getting second place and quite a decent number of kills in the previous map, they're going to be wanting to do the same here in this map as well. Get themselves some kills, get themselves some of those placement points, and hopefully bump themselves up on that leaderboard.
Yeah, so they can still make quite a bit of change in this match, and yeah, we will see if that's definitely going to be the case in this match. You know, we've got a few teams that could potentially throw a bit of a spanner in the works there. So yeah, there's a little bit of pressure on these teams trying to see if they can dethrone some of the players, or some of the teams rather, that we have sitting up high in the scoreboard. And, you know, this match is kind of the one where they can absolutely make that happen.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see that flight path sending all the teams there from the military base all the way up to the northeastern side. And of course, that zone dropping down towards the west once again is going to mean that all those teams are going to start making their way in relatively quickly. Otherwise, they might just lose their spots.
Yeah. So we're just waiting now to see where these teams are going to go. It's not every day that we see the zone shifting all the way over towards the west like we have on this map. But a lot of the teams on that eastern side, and quite a big concentration of teams you can see up there in the Yasnaya region. And of course, we've only got, you know, 2 teams sitting over on the military island. We have the players there from Inkosi and the Immortals, of course, very, very close to each other. And House of Anubis moving themselves up into Pachinki. So now we're waiting to see what these teams are going to do. We've got the Dark Dragons, of course, right there with the players as well. Right there with EFX, rotating up Unique right there as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of potential for some interesting action to happen early on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of early action, it's going to be Unique putting some shots in. You can see a lot of the teams now having to move their way towards that western side. It means that all of them are going to be sort of clumping up together trying to get there, and that means that the fights are going to start happening. You can see a whole lot of teams up there surrounding Rozhok. You're maybe going to be getting into a little bit of action here. You can see Unique trying to put those hits in.
Yeah, and this is a crucial part in the match, because if they can do a bit of damage there, then of course, you know, that is what's going to be the thing that's going to get them kickstarted to move up that leaderboard, while most of the teams still don't have any armor or weapons to really go at them with. So we're seeing now what these teams are going to do, which way around they're going to play it, and of course where they're going to go. You got Unique now getting ready, moving back over towards the remainder of the team, and there's still one of the players there from EFX, just a little bit off in the distance.
Yeah, just sort of hovering around there at the moment. The team's just trying to get around one another. You can see a whole stream of them towards the south, just trying to get in there. Of course, Inkosi being the first ones to get up in towards that center point, moving. You can see a couple of teams also making the same movement. House of Anubis already in their natural killers, just inside the zone for most of them. And, well, the players down in the military base now also going to be making their way up slowly but surely. You can see Gun now crossing the bridge, getting their way up into that point. Right now, they don't have to rotate too quickly. Of course, the first blue zone does take its time, but the thing that they have to keep in mind is the fact that if they don't get in soon enough in towards the zone, well, they might just lose their spot. They might just have to fight their way in. We've seen a couple of teams do it, but it's not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. And we'll see now whether Gun is going to put up a little bit of a fight for this round, or risk already getting hit there by Sahil. So there's a lot riding on this, as the guys on the analyst just mentioned. We didn't see much of a performance from Gun in the previous round.
Yeah, and that's something that I've also been missing out on, to be completely frank with you, because we saw some amazing performances from them in the past and not really as explosive as I was really expecting to see them going into this one. Definitely was expecting them to put in a little bit more points. You can see on the leaderboard, they're not too high for them, which yeah, might be a little bit disappointing, you know, especially considering we really got our high hopes up for them in going into this one. But I mean, it is what it is. Perhaps they can keep some points going now, put some points on the board for themselves. That is yet to be seen, of course, but right now we're just trying to see if those players, or the teams at least, who are higher up on the map, such as House of Anubis, can really get those points in. So we have this sort of dichotomy here in the lobby. Of course, Gun very, very low down, you know, not really where they want to be, trying to put some points on the board and really getting knocked out in that first map a little bit earlier than they would have liked. So we'll see if they can maybe rectify that this time around, change things up a little bit, get some more points on the board. But yeah, I guess we'll see as the map progresses.
Yeah, and I'm quite curious to see what's going to happen there with the players from the Outsiders Vibe and Mr. Rage there from EFX. Hoping that we'll see the team there from Vibrant make that rotation up over towards the Outsiders, or even have the Outsiders rotate up towards them. You can see quite a few teams slowly but surely making their way up in towards the zone, and House of Anubis sitting very comfortably right there in Pachinki. No need for them to move just yet, and the Natural Killers, of course, now trying to find a pretty good way or pretty good spot for them to go to, so they can actually start trying to get into those kills that they so badly want. So we'll see if whether or not that's going to be the case. And they're pulling up onto that hill, as you can see, just to the south of Pachinki. And the team, of course, here now from Spaza Gaming, also not too far away, but they're closing in on the Immortals.
Yeah, slowly but surely moving up, very, very close now. A couple of teams actually very close, and obviously the Immortals just off to the side, Gun right there. Natural Killers just above them, House of Anubis just above them. And, well, the Immortals a little bit split up, because Ikasi right in the middle there next to Gatka. Also there towards a bit of a cluster. So a couple of fights could break out there. And, of course, like you said, the Outsiders in Vibrant, very, very close as well. So they could potentially get into a bit of a tussle. But the one thing that I'm noticing is that there's still quite a number of players, as you can see on your map there, outside of that zone. So they still have to make their way in, but players have already populated the zone quite decently. So they're going to have to fight for a couple of spots if they want to get into it. And I can't remember exactly, but I think it was actually House of Anubis that we saw the other day when there was a big bottleneck. They were able to like fight their way out in a sort of chess style play where they were able to just knock out a team, move up, knock out a team, and move up.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can continue that trend in this match. And of course, we're waiting now for the players from Tears of Chaos all the way over in the Nova crates, making their rotation now up in towards the main island. But we see quite an interesting movement there. We've got the two players from the Immortals. They're now closing in on Spaza Gaming. So we might see a few shots flying up in that direction. And Gun seems to be heading up to there as well. And this situation we've got here with INV, different compound, but very similar setup that we had before. They're just sitting there, just picking away at the teams as they now, of course, start rotating past them. Quiet Storm just making that run, rotating next past the players there from the Natural Killers. And Gun managing to move themselves up into a pretty good spot. So we're now just waiting to see. Ooh, there we go. The Natural Killers getting those hits in.
Yeah,
wow.
Right now, what you could see happening is a lot of teams making their way down, trying to avoid some of the fights that they see brewing in the top portion without realizing that there are a whole bunch of teams down here towards the south. I mean, Immortals is right on top of Quiet Storm right now. Gun pretty much right there with them as well. And there's still a whole bunch of teams surrounding them.
Yeah, and it's like all the players had the same idea. And you can see, of course, Quiet Storm now. Ooh, there's our fling that we've been waiting for. So now they've just made it official. And Quiet Storm, just like that, gets sent back. Well, one of the players, of course, getting sent back to the lobby. We still have two left, Rusty and Hexor. Now they're making their push up, heading in the direction of Gun. So we're going to see whether or not they're going to continue their push, or if they're going to rather try and choose a different location. Because it's been a pretty tough ride for them so far in this match.
Yeah, it definitely has. A lot of the teams, pretty tough ride for them getting in pretty much anywhere because of the way that the zone landed. You know, that whole flight path giving them a whole lot of drops up towards the northeast, and then the zone dropping on the west, just sort of forcing them to make a decision. And a lot of the time, when you're so far away from the zone, you have to play the long game. You can't just rush up into zone because you're most likely going to be lost. So you accept your fate as being lost to get into the zone. You play it for time, and you just hope that you can make it in. And unfortunately, some of the teams moving in, as they come past, they're like, oh, we can see there's a couple of teams around here, so let's try and avoid that. But in trying to avoid some of the teams, they run headfirst into a whole bunch of other teams. So very, very difficult spot for them. And you can see lots and lots of teams now populating the zone.
Yeah, and one thing that's very interesting to note is that Tears of Chaos really likes their boats.
Yes.
They like the boats. They like playing in the water. We've got MFP, of course, having a bit of a swim there. We've got Umar now just moving up for some support. And we'll see whether or not anything will come from this, whether or not Tears of Chaos will get sent to the lobby. We've got 2 of the players, of course, as you can see right there in the water. The remainder of the squad sticking to the land, but Vibe, in the meantime, moving in, putting a quick few shots over towards the players there from Odyssey. And of course, we also have the Dragons just up on the hill behind them. But here is the section that we have with the Immortals. Umar now trying to see if he can get to his teammates successfully. And we've got 2 of those Tears of Chaos players still just having a bit of a splash there in the water. And in the kill feed, we're also seeing the players there, the Dark Dragons, landing a quick few shots once again.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the Immortals just picking them off. Well, the Tears of Chaos team there literally is what you could call like sitting ducks.
Yeah. Actually, that's very, very apt. They are basically sitting ducks at the moment. The blue zone coming in. They're stuck out in the water, basically. And, well, the Immortals not having much to do with that. They're just going to be putting some pot shots in there, trying to hit as Tears of Chaos try and just beach themselves up on towards the coast. And there we go. The hits from the Immortals going to be landing. So just culling down Tears of Chaos numbers just a little bit, keeping them humble as they try and take that naval control, take their navy battle. Maybe we should get some mounted guns on those boats to make it a little bit more worthwhile to hop on and make some navy battles out of them.
Yeah, well, that would be pretty interesting to watch. We're also seeing the players here from House of Anubis and Odyssey battling it out. We saw a quick thirst there on one of the players from Odyssey, of course, getting sent right back into the lobby. That, of course, being Supreme. And now Pronto getting hit. Wowzers.
Yeah, the fight's only going to be continuing as we move forward because we have 16 teams left remaining on the board. And as you can see, that blue zone about to close in and choose us a whole another new zone, which is about to be a whole lot smaller, which means all of these 16 teams are going to have to try and fight for that real estate. And we all know how that works out. The teams, well, they're going to have to be knocked down a little bit, a couple of notches, I'd say.
Yeah, and we're seeing a little bit of a late rotation there by the players from Unique. They're moving in all the way there from the northwestern side rather, making their way up. We got Skydo still all the way up in North George. The 2 other players, of course, managing to make their way down there, being Hansley and his teammate. So they're now heading up in towards the zone there. And we've got the players from Spaza Gaming. They've positioned themselves right on that edge, almost directly beside the players there from House of Anubis. So if those 2 teams really capitalize on their position, they can gatekeep almost everyone that's rotating in from the northern side, of course, depending on which way around those teams then choose to rotate into the zone.
Yeah, and rotate they must, because that zone landing all the way down towards the south means that all these teams will be forced up. Dragon's going to be the ones having to move up as well. Vibrant going to have to move up. Odyssey, Optic, last one there, just trying to sit tight with the with some movements. Most of the teams going to have to fight for quite a tight space as Vibrant move in. House of Anubis might just have to put in a couple of shots towards them as they move past. We'll see if that happens. But a lot of these teams still alive, and I'm expecting a lot of fights to break out pretty soon.
Yeah, and there we go. The shot's already flying inside and getting taken right out of his vehicle by the Dragons. They are out for blood. Dan, the man driving the vehicle, they're chasing up right behind Odyssey. You can see Blade just putting the shots in. Now we wait to see whether or not they can get those hits. Oh, so far so good. That vehicle not looking too great, I must say.
Yeah, we might see an explosion if they manage to land a couple more hits.
Come on, you can do it. Come on,
DK
Dan,
is looking forward to this one.
Yeah, but now Dan slows down. No, Dan, come on. Oh, Grim goes down. Wow, Spaza Gaming finishing them off. I think it was, right? No, Grim. Oh, he killed the team. He flung himself from the vehicle.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Wow,
but it happens.
That is a tough one. That is not how you want to be sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, it's definitely
Wowzers.
not the way you want to be sent back to the lobby, but it does happen. It's a difficult situation to be in. It's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is, and we are left with 15 teams now on the board. So we still have a decent amount of teams and players on the board. 53 players left alive in this zone, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So these players, they've managed to survive for quite some time. They've managed to keep themselves alive, but how long is that going to last? That is the real question here. Is, of course, you can see Unique moving up, surrounded by a whole lot of teams. House of Anuba still up there towards the north. We'll see if any engagements come out of these teams clustering up here towards the middle.
Oh, there we go. Tears of Chaos, of course, now losing a quick player, and we've got quite a few teams in that central section of the zone. The blue zone also nearly closed in. So we're waiting to see what is going to happen. We've got Vibe, Gun, Unique, INV, and the Dragons all positioned in that nice circle. And of course, the zone shifting up now. We've got Sparza Gaming, Reluctant, and Vibe comfortably in zone. Vibe just picking away quick few shots there. So 3 teams in zone. We're waiting for the remainder, of course, now to start making their rotations in. And it is going to be a very, very tough one in this one because there's not a lot of space in the zone. We've got 15 teams, 52 players.
I mean, right now, like you say, 52 players, not much space, and all of them have to rotate in towards the west because that's where the zone is, and so many teams are not there yet. I think there's only 3 or 4 teams already inside the zone, and that means that the teams that are already there, that have been favored by the zone, have the ability to start really racking up their kills here if they start gatekeeping a little bit towards the areas where the players have forced to rotate in.
Yeah, and I mean, that zone is only 800 meters across, so it's going to be really, really tough finding a spot there. We've got Gun already making their push up into zone. Ikasi now rotating up really hard. We've got Vibe trying to put a few shots in towards Gun, and right behind Gun, as you can see there, of course, we've got the Natural Killers also trying to find their spot. Unique now just going for a southern rotation there, trying to go around the edge. Ooh, Slim getting taken down. Quiet Storm, of course, now pulling up on EFX. So there's a lot of potential for some crazy, crazy shots about to go down in this next zone shift. Well, while we wait for the blue zone to close in.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So many teams down towards the south trying to take some shots. You can see now Vibrant getting absolutely hammered here by Akasi, not able to try and play around the smoke well enough. It's going to be Akasi to put the shots in, and all across the board, we're going to see the Dragons even getting up those kills across to INV as well, who are also getting hammered pretty hard up there towards the north. Even Quest going to be making some... Quiet Storm going to be making some serious shots there. Everyone just trying to get into that zone because, like we said, they're going to have to fight for their spots. Nothing comes for free at this point, and the zone only gets smaller from here. So many teams down towards the south now putting the shots in. Immortals getting hit really, really hard as well. So many teams just fighting to survive.
Ooh. Oh, beautiful shooting there by Reverb as the House of Anuva's team tries to rotate up. Well, 2 of the players rather tries to rotate up into Quarry. So you got some great shooting there from Reverb, but it's nice to see him change over. The shooting from the one team changing quickly over to the team from Reluctant, and then we've got up on that ridge. You know, beautiful exchange there, or transition rather, from Reverb. That's amazing to see, and we've got so many teams on the southern side of the zone. I mean, the north, we've only got 3 teams there. The Dragons also, of course, putting in a quick few shots. Tears of Chaos and the Outsiders also now slowly but surely making their way down, but the remainder of the teams are all concentrated right down here over in the area where we've got Quarry, and we're going to see those shots just coming in one after the other. EFX down to their last 2. We've got Mr. Reverb and Rage. Some R&R there for them. Let's see what they can do. Quiet Storm, of course, now moving up. We've got Rusty and Hexor. And as you see the team, oh, the Outsiders taking out Tears of Chaos with a beautiful grenade.
Yeah, just absolute dominance there. They just don't even bother to try and take the long fight there. They just absolutely assault them straight out of position there. And the fight's still continuing. So many teams down towards the south putting the shots across left and right. Natural Killers hitting Gun. You can see them just wiping them straight off the board there. House of Anuva struggling a little bit. Going to have to move their way up because all the teams in the south now need to move a little bit towards the north where that zone has dropped right on top of Sparza Gaming.
Yeah, and so they're quite fortunate with this round that the zone at this stage of the game, of course, now goes right up into a favorable position for them, because if they play this well, they can really gatekeep all the teams as they now have to rotate up in towards the zone. You can see the outsiders moving in from the northern side. We've got Inkosi, of course, right there on the eastern edge. Oh, Quiet Storm putting in some more work right there on the players from EFX. One player left, Mr. Rage and Rusty, and Hexor finish them off. Well done. Spaza Gaming also now putting a quick few shots in, as we can just see there in the kill feed. Reluctant and House of Anubis just on the southern side also battling it out. Both teams now trying to move up. There's so much action taking place right here.
Yeah, and all of these teams still fighting for those spots at the moment. House of Anubis trying to survive as long as possible, and they're finally going to be able to take down Reluctant, who's putting the assault on towards them, so they will live to fight another zone. But still, the fight's happening off towards the southeast. Going to be going on there. Natural Killers trying to move up Unique as well. You can see Quiet Storm now putting those shots into effects. So still all the fighting happening at the moment. We're down to 8 teams remaining.
Wow, this is absolutely insane. We've got the team, of course, there from the Dragons now moving up right past the outsiders. We've got a House of Anubis now rotating up over towards the western side of the zone, trying to find a good spot to fight from. We've got Unique and the Natural Killers also now battling it out, as you can see there in the kill feed. So many teams, 8 teams still left. Natural Killers now being surrounded ever so slightly there by House of Anubis, and Rusty, of course, now pulling up right behind them. So now we're just waiting to see whether or not Rusty will be able to fend off the players as they continue to move up in towards the zone.
Yeah, and they're going to have to put in a whole lot of work. I don't know if Quiet Storm will be able to make it up in time. Meanwhile, the Natural Killers going to be hit pretty hard. Unique trying to put those shots in, trying to do a lot of gatekeeping, which is relatively successful here. And doing a pretty good job at it. Dragons right up the north, not really contested here. Unique trying to put the shots in. Everyone getting closer and closer together. It's going to make it easier to land those long-range shots. And the zone about to get a whole lot smaller. House of Anubis is going to have to try and survive a whole lot longer as well, because 8th place is definitely not going to work out nicely for them.
Yeah, and there we go. We got Rusty now moving up right behind Unique, putting those hits in. Oh, and he gets the finish. Beautiful play there by Rusty. The vehicle, of course, now quickly getting blown up. Oh, he succumbs to the blue zone. Well, I guess it's probably better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he got straight up 2 frags off the back of that one. That's a pretty decent trade if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that's really not a bad deal that he got there. And of course, Spaza Gaming still sitting on a full squad right there on the edge of zone. We've got Unique down to 1. We've got Natural Killers down to 1. We've got the Outsiders, of course, sitting on 2 players. We've got the Dragons on 3. And then, of course, House of Anubis sitting on 2 players. So 13, that is not a big number anymore. We're dropping down almost at the single digits.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot to come from this. House of Anubis, as you can see, just there on the minimap, trying to move up. We've got the Dragons now rushing up into a zone. The Outsiders right up ahead of them. Oh, down goes Bob. Nicely shot there by Juicy. Dan quickly finishes him off. And Andrew, now the remaining player for the Outsiders, of course, just off in the distance there, trying to survive. Unique also getting sent back.
This is... Yeah, this is interesting, right? House of Anubis moving up on Spaza Gaming at the moment. In the meanwhile, Outsiders trying to put the hits in. The Dragons are all the way across, but Spaza Gaming looking very, very strong. But if we've seen anything from House of Anubis, we know that they can put those hits in if they manage to get the right angles and they manage to get the right timing. So this could still potentially swing in their favor. They're trying to make it as long as possible. You got 4 teams and 10 players remaining. The fight's going to be going down pretty soon.
But how's this fight, though? The defense here by Spaza Gaming, they're just picking off players left, right, and center, just putting the damage in all over the place. House of Anubis, of course, getting knocked. We saw another knock there on the Dragons, and a beautiful hit that we got there from Andrew, of course, quickly finishing off the players from the Natural Killers a few moments ago. That was a beautiful shot. And now we just wait to see what's going to happen. Who's going to move up? Who will get those final few hits in? House of Anubis, of course, now still on their 2 players. We got Pronto trying to move that vehicle up. It's a bit of a tough decision to make at this point in the game, because it opens up the whole position there. The Spaza Gaming team getting hit now by the Dragons as they start pushing up in towards that zone. Oh, there we go. Thaga getting taken down. Now we're waiting for Pronto to see what he's going to do. In the meantime, the Dragons, of course, sneaking up right behind Chris, getting knocked out there by Nero. Dan now moving up, and Blade covering up from the side. So Staples and Deity, the two remaining players there from Spaza Gaming. The circle closing in once again, forcing all these players together. Up comes the Dragons, moving up right into the building. Shot after shot. Oh, Deity, the last one left. Will he get it? No!
Wow.
Nero finishes him off. What a beautiful play by the Dragons.
Yeah, and that is going to leave one team versus one single player. Literally 3v1. Andrew has to do so much work here by himself, and I'm not sure if it's even doable here. I mean, if he finds the miracle situation, it could be, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case here. Dan already looking in towards the direction of Andrew. He's going to have to play absolutely perfectly here.
This is going to be super, super tough. Andrew deciding to rotate up right up to that vehicle, as you can see, but those vehicles haven't been blown up yet. Now they are, and just like that, game, set, match. Well, the Dragons coming in with a very good, very impressive kill there. Of course, finishing off their play on 13 kills. Wow, that was very nicely done. And of course, the Outsiders coming in with 8 kills for that round.
Yeah,
Spaza Gaming also with 5 kills there in 3rd place.
That was
Wowzers.
that was really great. The Dragons pretty much just tossed a whole spanner in the works there. It looked like Spaza Gaming was putting up such a solid defense, and the assault from the Dragons was absolutely spot on. They came in there, they got the frags, and by the time that was done, House of Anubis was out, and there was one player left. Andrew can't just do it all by himself, and they managed to close that one out. So really well played from them, and a really great performance across the board. They're going to be happy with that one. With that said and done, though, we're going to be sending you guys straight back to the analysts. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you so very much, Casters. Incredible game indeed coming in for what a play. What a play. I mean, Dark Dragons, they genuinely did showcase that wonderful aggression, and with the synergy that the team just pushed along, there was no chance SG could withhold that aggression.
That is really amazing. They got a 13 kill chicken dinner, which is equal to 33 points. And I'm just going to throw light. They're chasing the team. I just forgot. Okay, they're just chasing the team. The White Dragon. I just don't
White Storm?
know. White Storm.
Yes.
They're chasing the team, and they just want to finish them. They need their kills, and they're just chasing. I think so. They covered almost 500 to 600 meters of distance, and literally at the end they kill them. And at that moment they showed the aggression, that they showed that they need kills, they are hungry for kills, and that's why they got the first position.
Absolutely, and that is of course going to reflect onto the master leaderboard as well, because that sort of a gameplay coming in certainly does help your team's morale pick up the pace as well as pick up your team standing, and that of course we will witness in a few moments. But talking about the play itself, talking about the match itself, we did see some interesting plays coming in from, of course, Vibe. There was National Killers, and they did, I believe, finish 4th and 5th, if I'm not wrong.
No, I think so. Spaza Gaming finished at the 3rd position. House of Anubis finished 4th position. Yes, they are showing the consistent gameplay. I'm very obsessed, because they are really amazing. They are just getting into top 5th and getting the kills as well. They got, I think so, almost 4 kills, which is really amazing, and that showed that which type of gameplay you have to play. And if we talk about Outsiders, they got 2nd position plus 8 kills, which is equal to 22 points, and with this is also a good amount of points. And looked forward towards the highlight. We can see the plane path is towards from west to east, and we can so the team edge is from starting they got eliminated, and RT, they are also showing some amount of dominance. As you can see, he's just killing from he's very amazingly, that's INV is in big trouble at starting, but EE, if you talk about Inkosi Esports, what he did, he just knocked first player, he just knocked first player, and second player as well. He got 2 kills free.
Absolutely. I mean, that is something. I mean, this team, Inkosi, has genuinely just showcased that they can turn around. I mean, just as a switch can be flipped, that is the switch that Inkosi has flipped for themselves. And the performance that they bring into the table every single match is surprising, of course. But on the other side, of course, as we move on along with match number 1's highlights, you're looking at INV going up against this team, where indeed they were able to showcase a little bit of gameplay indeed. But, of course, they were not able to stand ground against National Killers and the likes of House of Anubis.
Yeah, that's amazing. And if we talk about Quite the team name Quite Storm, and the player is Rusty.
Right,
He's the
yes.
only man surviving. At first, he killed first player. He got two kills. Okay, he just eliminated one team, and after that, he again killed one other player. And when he was moving inside the zone, he killed two players, which is really amazing. He got five kills, which is really amazing. And if we talk about EFX, they're just trying to be consistent, but at the end, what just happened? They didn't get it, and I think so. They are going to improve their gameplay.
They certainly will, but along with that, Gun is another team that I look forward to picking up the pace and showcasing a little bit more dominance on that leaderboard, because right now, all the other teams that we would pick up and be like, you know what, this team needs to showcase a little bit of synergy, a little bit of dominance. Quite Storm needs to show that, Akasi needs to show that, and they have been consistent with that.
Yes.
But on the other side, the teams that we would always from the start of Umzansi itself bring out every single match was Team Vibe, Gun. They have kind of faltered a little bit, but as we progress along, this is looking really neat.
Yep, that's amazing. And we also did Natural Killers also tried their best. They are in the top 8, and they are trying to get into top 5. But
True.
as we know, the manpower which are lacking in them, they lost their players in early fights, which is
Exactly.
not good for them. And I hope that in further matches in future, they are going to get some more chicken dinners and showcase their performance.
Absolutely, we'll keep our fingers crossed for all these teams are very well deserving, of course, and with that sort of a gameplay, rather, I mean, if you look at the entire story itself from week 1 all the way into week 3, you've got a very interesting turn of rounds, turn of events, where indeed the ones who were showcasing dominance earlier, well, they are the only ones who still showcase that dominance, that is JXP Temper. But alongside that, all the other teams have flipped a switch for themselves. Where we used to talk about Akasi, where we used to talk about Quite Storm, where we used to talk about Vibe, now it seems like they are coming back. Even
Yep.
Natural Killers for that matter.
Yes, Natural Killer also. They are when they didn't get the chicken dinner, they are on the third chart, and after that they
Right.
just move on to the second chart after the chicken dinner, which is really amazing.
Absolutely. With that, of course, we do have the match standings from this match, where indeed we witnessed Dark Dragons take that wonderful victory with the beautiful aggression coming in from this team. A well-deserved 33 points with first. And on the other side, second position holders are, of course, outsider officials with that cheeky play coming in
Yeah.
from that one player.
And they got placement points of 14 and kills 8, which is equal to 22 points. The third position got by Spaza Gaming, 10 placement point, 5 kills, which is equal to 15 points. Fourth position, House of Anubis, total 12 points. Team NF Unique, finally they got total 11 points. Natural Killers having 11 points as well. Seventh position, Quite Storm Esports having 10 points, and eighth position Inkosi Esports having 9 points. And let's move on towards the second chart of standings. The ninth position Gamers United Nation have 5 points. EFX on 10th position have only 4 points. 11th position Reluctant SA with only 3 points. 12th position Immortals with only 2 points, and Nibble Odyssey on 13th position with also 2 points, and TOC Arcane INV Gaming Team Vibe having only 1 point. They have to improve their game.
Yes, they certainly do. That is something they are going to have to showcase a little bit of synergistic gameplay from. But of course, as we move on to the master leaderboard, Dark Dragons getting that much more closer to JXP Temper.
And yes, JSP Temple is on first position having 95 points, and Dark Dragons on second position having 72 points. I'm sorry. And House of Anubis, they have 63 points on third position. For UQuest on fourth position having 57 points. Reluctant SA on fifth position having 51 points. Sixth position Natural Killers having 45.7 position. INV Gaming 42 points. Eighth position EFX with 40
Now,
points.
these are two teams, Phoenix, I do want to point out, INV Gaming as well as EFX. Both of these teams have not had some wonderful plays in the recent matches, yet the previous gameplay certainly does lead them on the page number 1 itself, which is
that's
wonderful.
really
again.
amazing. And let's move towards the second chart of the leaderboard. Ninth position have Outsiders Official with 40 points. 10th position BBC with 39 points. 11th position Team Y with 36 points. 12th position Blink with 36 points. 13th position Oxium Elite with 35 points. 14th position Gamers Unite Nation with 34 points. Spaza Gaming on 15th position with 31 points. And 16th position Inkosi Esports with 28 points.
Absolutely, that is the second page of the master leaderboard. As you move on to the third one, you're looking at Team NFX Unique right there on 18th spot, followed by Quite Storm Esports on 19th. So again, these teams are trying.
Yes.
They have been trying. So has Immortals, for that matter, because when you look at the previous week's gameplay, Immortals has showcased some
Yes.
wonderful plays indeed. And when you talk about round one itself, all of these teams have showcased a completely different side of them.
Yeah, that's true. And if we talk about natural killers, when we look over the overall standing at the start, they're on
Right.
the third chart. After first game, they're on the second chart.
Oh, yes.
After second game, they're on the first chart.
True.
They are just showcasing their gameplay that they are the best. They know how to do, and I think so. After some games, maybe they are going to give competition to JXP Temper.
Well, certainly can keep our fingers crossed for that. That is something that we want all of these teams to be able to do, because again, round one came down to a very interesting turn of events where indeed JXP Temper was taking the lead. But as you move on to round two, all the other teams that are part of round two, there are 24 teams in total, they have just wonderful showcase of aggression, brought them that much more closer to JXP Temper. Rather, I mean, JXP Temper has only had one chicken dinner up until now.
Yes, they have only one chicken dinner. And still, they have a good amount of placement points.
True.
As well as kills. They focus on kills. But if we talk about their last match, they played a little passive yesterday. They played a little passive, which is not their gameplay.
Right.
That's why they maybe if they played the last game very actively and very nicely, maybe they cross 100. And I have very high hopes from INV and EFX. Yet their games are not that good as we expected. But still, they are on the first chart, which shows that at the first they collected the placement points, the kill points,
Exactly.
and they first have a high amount of points. And if one or two games did go bad, then it doesn't matter. They are still on the first chart, which is really amazing. And natural killers also show that if you're on the third chart, it doesn't matter. You just have to improve your gameplay, showcase your performance. You just have to know that what you have to do, you are just capable of what, and yes, they prove, and they are on the first chart, which is really amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, that is one thing, that is a story to talk about indeed, because round two, like I said, all the other teams have had a wonderful play and a very aggressive play as well. And one more team to kind of point out amongst all of that is certainly going to have to be Inkosi, where in round one,
Yes.
they were looking in the bottom of the leaderboard,
Yep.
almost about to get relegated.
yes, yeah.
And finally, they start showing a little bit of aggression, they start bringing in a little bit of kills, and then well, now they're looking really good. On
Yeah,
the other side,
that's-
again, another team to point out, again, talking from round one perspective itself, is going to have to be quite Stormy Sports.
Yep.
They initially were not looking forward to kills, but
Yes.
placement points.
Yes,
and
yes,
now in
yes.
round two, that story has changed as well. So round two is all about get them kills. Not necessarily as soon as possible, because again, in this game, we saw Circle go all the way to round
Yep.
fourth circle.
Yes.
Still, we had 54 players, 52 players alive. So
Yeah.
that indeed does imply all the players are in for that massacre. As soon as you get into it, as soon as the circles start pounding on you, all the teams just go haywire and guns blazing all across. Which is a good way to
Yes,
go.
which is a good way. And if I compare the first and the second game, what is common in that? The manpower.
Absolutely,
Yes,
yes.
the 4 men alive of the team Dark Dragons, they showed that if there are only 2 players left, if we choose that, if there are only 2 players left, still they have high amount of gunpowder. There are 4 players, which is also amazing. And if we talk about Spaza Gaming, the players are thinking that they are underrated, but still they proved, they showed they have the third position. They got 4 kills, which is also amazing. They have 12 points, and this is not that bad.
Absolutely. I mean, when you talk about the number of players, of course, Paza Gaming was looking
Yes.
really good because they had 4 players alive. But again, the aggression, that dark dominance that came in from the
Yes.
Dragons itself, just swoop them across, and that was wonderful play indeed. But with that, we do reach the end of our PUBG Mobile segment. Stick around as we go on a very short break, because coming right up is Tekken 7. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, and what's about to get started right now is some Tekken 7 awesomeness, where indeed we've got two fabulous players who are going to go against each other, of course. But to talk more in detail about the same, we do have our analyst joining us, and it is none other than Phoenix once again. What's up, dude?
Thank you, Blotter. And today we have T4 Jin fighting against Luna Fang, the anime character versus the explosive damage. Okay.
Oh yes.
Let's talk about the characters. T4 Jin's favorite characters is Paul, and Luna Fang's favorite character is Lars. If we talk about the damage, the explosive, Paul have a huge amount of explosive damage, but the range is quite low
Right.
as compared to Lars. He's quick. The frame rate are high. But if we talk about talk about Paul, he have his burning fist, hammer punch, which is really lethal in damage. And let's move forward towards Lars. If he launch you, and if he push towards the wall, then you have no chance.
Boy, oh boy.
He's going to kill you. He's going to win the round, and that's true because the combos, the follow-ups are really amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, if you are gonna get yourself all the way to the edge of that arena and down to the wall itself, that's not gonna bode well for you, of course. But on the other side, of course, we certainly do expect both of these players, Tifo as well as Luna, to hopefully showcase that sort of a play where indeed they don't have to reach the wall at all.
Yeah, let's see. And let's move forward towards the leaderboard.
Absolutely. Let's also have a look at the leaderboard as of now. Currently, it stands where Dax is on top of the leaderboard, followed by Iggy Daddy on second and Callum on third. But again, all of these, if you notice, points have the same exact. So first, second, third, same exact points. The only thing separating them is, well, does not really matter. Does
Okay.
not really matter what is separating them, because right now, as we move on along from this, we are looking at T4 Jin and T-Hawk, who are at the bottom. Sly Rishi as well, but God, when you talk about Tifo as well as Sly, I mean, these are players I would expect to be able
Yes.
to finally showcase a little bit more aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, Tifo have to find his first victory, and I hope that he's going to win this game because Paul, he's an amazing character. We know that he's having explosive damage, and his fast sweeps are really amazing.
Absolutely, indeed it is. And with those fast sweeps coming into play, it is time to quickly segue into the game itself, of course, where indeed it will be a BO2 or BO3 Robin series right about now, where we shall see, is it going to be a Lunafang day, or is the player
T4
finally
Jin
going to be able to showcase domination? It is, of course, T4 Gen that I'm talking about. With that, let us segue to the game itself with our casters.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deathman. We are back once again with the UGC team. I am your host, Mr. Gas Mask Guy, and with me tonight, the one, the only, the thickest giggers,
Hey.
Mr. Chocolates. How you doing tonight?
Hey, bro, I'm doing good. I'm full. Had a big lunch, but not as big, as full, and as good as these matches we're gonna get tonight, my man. How you feeling?
preach.
How are you feeling about the matches coming up right now?
I am so excited. I am my boy T4 Jin is back once again, bringing out that Paul Phoenix as
Hey,
always. I'm
We're gonna
always
s-
excited for that.
Let's hope for some big combos coming up. How you feeling? What's your pick for tonight? Before we,
What kind of question is that? My
Oh,
pick is already T4 Jin from day one.
Of
I
course.
I don't care where he comes from. I'm T4 Jin.
You
I can't step away from a Paul Phoenix player, man. There's something
Hey,
about
bro,
him.
I feel you, bro. I feel you, bro. It's super straightforward. No gimmicks, no plays. My man is just in to win from day one. But all I'm saying is, dude, I don't know if he has the defense, and the force of will to combat the aggressiveness of our man Lunar Fang. That's all I'm saying. My man.
Yeah, I
is
was about to
coming-
say, because
Yeah.
Luna Fang is like by far one of the most aggressive players in these 8 players, I feel.
Yeah, for sure.
But T4 Jin is one of, like, he can punish anyone for overstepping any movement.
for sure.
So I
for
feel
sure.
like T4 Jin can win this if he plays a little more passive. I hate to say passive with Paul, man, because all you need is 3 moves and you win a round. Like, that's
Hey,
pretty
my
much
man,
it.
My man. Death fist. Death fist. Am I right? Anyway, but I mean, let's get ready for the next battle. Let's see if T4 Jin sticks with his battle. Of course he did.
Oh yeah, what kind of question is that?
And on the best stage, my man,
Ah,
gotta roll the jungle outpost, man. We gotta roll it, gotta get it, my man. Woo! Lunafang S plus combo damage.
Always.
My man, my man's
Paul
got
Phoenix doesn't need combo damage. Paul Phoenix is a combo. He's a
Bro,
walking combo whenever he
his
comes
combo
in.
damage is just S silver because he just death fists. Like parry, death fist, launch, death fist. That's all he does.
Okay, we're gonna get it into our first round. Oh, already starting with a down one, trying to see if he can get. Oh,
Nope, didn't get anything off of that.
he's
1-2.
playing way too aggressive to start this one out.
That's the thing. I think that he figured out that that's what T4Jin's weakness is.
He's not giving him any space.
7 golden letters on the first round in our UMZANSI League tonight.
That was like 12 seconds that round.
Bruh, that was
there we
done.
go.
Nice.
If one doesn't work, throw out 2. If it doesn't work twice, throw out a third.
Boy, one into the demo man for the big wall damage. Good
Oh,
1-2.
and pick again.
Tried to step. He tried to step. My man's definitely trying
Oh,
something
stamping on him.
Went for, what was that? QCF3.
Yeah.
Nice. Doesn't matter. Lunar Fang
Oh,
doing
the throw.
Oh, you still get wall damage off of that.
Oh, blue stuff to
He
finish.
was going. He was going for a wave and got hit by the rage drive instead. Lunar Fang already up with 2.
Oh, and he's gonna get to the wall with this combo.
My man already started with the big cork. Big
Damage,
anime,
though.
big anime damage on the wall.
Oh my
man.
god, is he gonna get perfect again?
He's just
No,
big
never.
hop kick.
He has
Cancels
90% damage. Oh, he
and
drops the delayed hop
misses.
kick.
Oh, comes in with
Oh,
a
you
jab
hate to
check.
see it.
And Lunar Fang straight up blows out the first round.
You hate to see it. Like, you can't be making execution errors like that in
Yeah.
these like high stakes matches. Like, you only get like 3 rounds in total. Like, you have to make it work.
Yo, there is
And
a-
dropping like kind of a
Yeah.
rage art combo, that should be bread and butter. You shouldn't be dropping that.
For sure. That could definitely have saved him, or at least bring him a much closer to saving the round. But I mean, that's all he really had. Like, Lunar Fang was so aggressive with the entire play that he had. You saw him every time he tried to tried to step. Tried to step, grab. Every time he tried to advance, jab.
Everything was just hitting.
Exactly. He didn't have space to move in. He wasn't. I normally feel like Paul's wave dash is threatening. Right?
I just want to say this though.
Yeah.
If he hit that combo, he would have balcony broken.
Probably.
Yeah, and then damage that you can get on after a balcony break with Paul is even more crazy than the actual combo.
For sure.
Like, he could have taken that run and actually been like, he could have continued the actual set that he was in now.
That combo was definitely the make or break, and unfortunately, it was break.
Could be tournament nerves that he's feeling
Possible.
a little bit of the stress of it.
It's very possible. Like, I still have faith. I have faith. However, like, Lunar Fang is just a wolf from the moon that is currently unstoppable. His aggressiveness again off the charts, definitely trying to redeem himself from his L that he took on Friday. And definitely just trying to get back into it. I feel like T4Jin needs to make some sort of giant adjustment here. Like, he can't
Yeah,
take
I feel so
this-
too. Like,
he can't take the aggressive. Definitely.
that's a good That's a good adjustment. Jungle
Good.
Outpost too. Maybe
There
he
we
just
go.
likes the music. He just wanted to upgrade that music.
Maybe Lunar Fang can't take this new music. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the edge.
Maybe Paul needs to build a wall to break it down.
Hey, my man.
Gotta let those intros ride.
Definitely, but we'll have to see how he does. Like I was saying, I feel like T4Jin or Paul's wave dash is supposed to be more threatening, and Lunar Fang is someone who isn't threatened.
There's the adjustment. He's a ninja now.
There we
That's
go.
all you need. The Shadow Clone Ninjutsu. Let's go. Can I tell you a little more about
Nice
the skin?
tech.
Oh, big damage.
Oh, but couldn't get the cork.
Can't be dropping combos like that.
Oh, the big wall
Oh.
standing there. Whoa! What that
Big-
side switch?
No tick.
No tick on that nice throw. Goes to side step 3.
Oh, downstairs. Dead.
Oh.
He has to kill you. He has to kill.
Let's
100%.
see if he gets this.
Keeps
That
it
was
safe.
fine.
Doesn't
That
do the
was
delay
fine.
hop kick.
Perfectly
He takes.
fine. Very safe. Very
Take the
safe.
round. Don't even waste time.
T4Jin coming back. Lunar Fang still is aggressive.
Oh,
There we go.
reaches.
Nice.
Keeps
Just
it simple.
very simple.
Oh, big launch again.
That
Back
sucks.
turn. Hold it down. This is what I want to see from T4 Jin.
Goes into the grab. No tech by T4Jin. Dynamic
This is
entry
movement.
1. Nice!
There we go!
Lunar
This is what I like to see.
Lunar Fang still set in his ways, unable to adapt to T4Jin's adaptation.
Oh my goodness. That's
Big.
literally like a third of your HP. Are you? There he goes.
He definitely riled him in for that.
One more punish and Paul gets his round. That's what I like to see.
The down forward one.
T4Jin.
Bro, we have a match. We have a match.
Did they just no round brown each other? They just
Definitely, like literally, this is textbook Tekken. Textbook Tekken. Welcome to class, kids.
Welcome to Jungle Outpost 2.
Get your notebooks out. My man had a problem. He needed a strategy to try and adapt to the problem. Adapted, and the problem's gone. Done. Problem's gone. Like Kobe
He did
into the
so
bin.
many while rising twos, and
Oh, yeah.
all of them hit.
But it's because I'm sure you saw it. Lunar Fang had a formula. Lunar Fang would apply pressure, would gain with plus frames. Then from there, while you're on the back foot, grab, command grab, right? And it's a
And
good
he's ducking
command
all
grab.
of them now.
Exactly. He was following the same pattern over and over because it was working, right?
And then he kind of got into like a set,
that's
like
the
a
thing.
mental state where he can't undo what he's done in that first set.
He has to reset where he was.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
I feel like changing the stage is always a good start for Lunafang.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe choose his stage. Like I don't know. It's always good to hear Lars' song.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel you.
Yeah, but I feel like Lunafang is a little flustered now because Paul's damage is crazy. You make one mistake. If you you pretty much get 3 mistakes. After that, you're done. Your round's done after that.
Exactly. He does.
Yeah.
He needs to adapt to the adaptation.
Yeah, it's reads on reads right now.
My man. Like, listen, dude. T4Jin, he came to school, bro. He took Callum's notebook on you, man. You need to do some work, bro. He needs to work it. I believe Lunafang can still take this. I do
too. I feel like this is gonna go to a double Luigi though.
This is definitely anyone's game at this point. Definitely. We don't have a lot of these in the Umzansi League, but this hopefully is one of many where we can have more tight matches like this. Stays with the Shinobi costume. Respect.
Yeah, a little low on that costume. Your third life is the real Paul Phoenix. The other two are just shadow.
Oh, with that death fist.
That damage is so stupid. I love it so much.
Big launch coming from Lunafang. Nice.
Oh, no tech.
Dynamic entry into the throw.
Oh, he's trying to get him with that side step.
Oh, I thought there was a launch. No launch though.
Oh, the
big
damage.
The big mid roll splat. Lunar Fang definitely feeling himself. T4Jin needs to do something.
This is what I was talking about. Like Lunafang, once he gets in at the start of a round, he never lets up. And
That's the thing. That's the thing.
But,
But
he dropped the death fist.
But he sidestepped all around the death fist.
Oh, hop kick. No hop kick hit.
Oh, came right in with that dynamic entry.
Down forward
My
2.
man was
He just throws them all out.
He was throwing him out, bro.
Oh, he tried to get the wall carry there.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, tries an orbital.
He's definitely trying to layer on plus frames to keep the pressure going.
Okay, seems like the game pro.
Just.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to restart that set.
All right.
It just seems like Tekken being Tekken. Season 4 must come out sooner, I feel. It's just so that we can get that deck code
Season 4
fixed.
must come with all the new cool moves, all the new characters. My man needs some buffs. Where's my Kuma buffs? Where's my biggest buffs?
You think he's actually gonna get buffed though?
Who, Kuma?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, why not? Kuma's a weak character, bro. He needs some buffs. We need some tournament. We need some.
I was gonna say, do you remember what
representation.
happened last time when a bear was actually strong in terms of stats? Like just saying, TWT finals.
Yeah, that dude, he got buffed. I don't know what you're talking about. He got buffed after TWT. That's what I'm saying. Like, just get some more damage in here, dude. I don't know. I'm hoping for a lot of new interesting stuff. For some reason, a part of me is like, I want a brand new mechanic, like they had with wall bounces with geese.
Yeah, that was really cool. I won't even lie.
Exactly.
When they first released that.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, we can definitely have some more of that. Like, I'm definitely feeling it. But like, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
What do you mean? What do you want? I want a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
I want my
What do you
character to be S tier again, but also I want more of this. I want more Tekken between Lunafang and T4 Jin.
That's the thing, dude. What are you feeling? What are you feeling on that? Who do you feel will take it tonight? Because right now, anyone's game. Lunafang was definitely showing some promise there, being as aggressive as always. But T4 Jin.
I was about to say. So what I've realized is that Lunafang is falling into a lot of the tech traps that Paul throws out.
Yeah.
Like the down forward 2's recovery is a lot faster than most people think. So him throwing out multiple ones of them, one of them are gonna hit. And if they do, you lose like.
Bro, I hesitate to call that a tech trap. That's just you're not ready for running in. You're just impatient. That's not a tech trap, dude. But
I mean, especially with someone like Lunafang that wants to, like, he's super aggressive.
Exactly. In that way, I feel like this is T4 Jin's one of his adjustments, trying to work on his Lunafang's impulsiveness, his impatience. I very much agree with that, but I hope we see someone come out on top. Someone is.
Yeah, I was
going
gonna say, like, for instance, like if you notice T4 Jin's forward 1+4, the shoulder charge, the sidestep shoulder charge,
for sure,
is landing a lot more because Lunafang's pressing a lot. So
that's the thing.
He's able to get around the jabs and actually like punish for more than like 70 damage for no reason.
I feel you. So we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see how this turns out, how this plays out in the big Nodwin Gaming Umzansi League. We're gonna have to see. It's gonna be good. I'm excited.
So how I see it as well is if Lunafang wants to win this, he has to keep all the pressure on. The moment he gives any space to T4 Jin, T4 Jin just capitalizes and punishes him for everything. And then he has all the momentum. Because what it seems like is that Lunafang's quite a momentum-based character.
Yeah.
Like the way he plays as a player.
Yeah,
and if the moment someone stops his momentum, he gets a little flustered, it just seems. If he gets out of that...
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, like, I almost want to say it feels like Lunafang does not have a lot of pole matchup knowledge. Like it might be why he's pushing so hard with the why he's pushing so hard with the with his pressure. Like besides
that's a general tactic. If you don't know the matchup, you just don't let them do anything.
That's what I'm saying. Like that might be one of the things, but that's just also Lunafang's main game plan. T4 Jin is much more methodical in the way he plays, but that might be his downfall tonight. That's the thing. If he's not quick enough to press buttons and to get any
pressure out of
exactly, then I don't know how it's going to go. But we'll have to see.
Oh, he's built a wall to. Oh, he skipped the intro.
Hey, my man, he's back.
Oh man. Okay, let's go. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. Dashes in straight into a down forward too, but dropping the combo.
Oh, my man went for a stance switch, but nah, it didn't really work.
Oh, they're just feeling each other out. He knows that the down forward 2 is starting to hit. Lunafang's slowing himself down, which is very helpful for him. Oh, there we go.
Damn, that's a lot of wall damage.
That's big damage.
Yeah, dude, like the wall damage is like the last part's
unscaled. Oh, yes, you want to see damage?
Let's go.
Let me show you damage. Let me show you damage.
Oh my
look at that. Punches him out of his rage.
There we go. I think T4 Jin has discovered a very crucial problem or mistake that Lunafang makes. The dynamic entries leave him open.
That launch would come.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, he wasn't expecting that counter hit. Nice big death fist.
When in doubt, just throw out a death fist to end the combo.
Yeah, but big launch from Lunafang himself.
Oh, that's gonna carry.
He dropped it. Oh,
trying to let the whole string ride.
The big mid launch. Goes for the slide. Does not see the throw. 1-1.
These guys are neck and neck right now. They're not letting anyone let up like with any big damage.
Oh, Lunafang was pressing buttons.
No
goes
tech.
For a throw of his own. The damage!
Oh, the fake! Oh my!
Comes with the big damage. This could be match point for T4 Jin.
I've never seen anyone do a quarter circle forward and then hop kick out of nothing.
A big counter hit by Lunafang, trying to carry him all the way to the wall. This is the damage off axis.
T4 Jin's trying to sidestep him to against. Oh,
QC,
that's so much.
QCB4 with Demo Man at the wall.
Oh, no tech!
Throw! And
He
that
takes it off
is
that.
T for Jin's game. 2-up to T for Jin. GG's so much. My man was definitely feeding himself there. Like he was definitely seeing through the patterns and holes in Lunarfang's strategy. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think was T for Jin's win?
Paul Phoenix is number one. There's nothing better than a Paul Phoenix. If you figure out what you see, that whole set, every round was 3 combos. You know that, right?
Yeah, I saw it. I
And
saw
like
it. I saw
a
it.
2-hit combo, 60 damage.
I'm
Easy.
very aware of Paul's damage. Don't you
That's
worry
why you just
about
gotta
it.
give him a hand. You know, like the Paul Club. You just give them a little clap,
I feel
letting
you,
them
dude.
know they
I feel
did
you.
something right. You're like, nice, nice.
Bruh, I feel that. I feel like he was definitely just jabbing more, just checking more to get him out of the dynamic entries.
You know what I found hilarious though? It's like
What's up?
I never thought of it this way, but with Paul, if anyone gets like an awkward combo from a side, you just do a depth fist and you finish the combo.
Exactly. Done. Easy. Ender. As much as that was an ender, as much as this segue is an ender for the Tekken segment tonight. Thank you so much to everyone for watching. Thank you to my co-host coming out tonight. I've been Mr. Chocolates, and this is my man. This is my man, Gas
It's the
Mask
gas mask guy.
Ooh, Gas
Let's get
Mask
it back
guy.
to the disc.
Thank you so very much. What a game. What a wonderful game. I mean, you move on to this BO3 thinking, yeah, probably one of the players is going to perhaps get that because the way Lunafang started was incredible. But eventually moving into the final round and GG's Phoenix.
T4 Jin
Wow.
proved that yes, Phoenix have a very lethal amount of damage. Let's start from the start, okay?
Of course.
When the game starts, we talk about the first game. Lunafang shows the perfect dominance. The first round he win by the 7 golden letters, which is perfect. He won the second round. He won the third round as well. 3 rounds in a row. Okay.
Absolutely.
He just want to keep up the momentum. But wait, what does Paul did a very great amount of work. He just changed his costume. He became a ninja and won the second game 3 rounds in a row.
Exactly.
Which is really amazing. Both the players are on equal, right? And after that, what happened? Let's talk about the third game.
Right.
First round won by Tifojin. Second round won by Lunafang. And after 2 rounds won by Paul Phoenix, which is really amazing. And I'm really amazed. And we know that the damage, the wall damage which Lars used is very lethal.
Right.
But if we talk about Paul's Phoenix attacks, which are really amazing, let's move on towards the highlights. We can see when he pushes towards a player, towards the wall, you have no chance. We can see perfect. And again, he did the same. He just launches and use some combos, some side steps and lowers and mid attacks, which is also great. You can see that. And again, a wall damage attack. We can see what Paul did. He just dropped the combo. Here's a mistake, a big mistake he did every single time, but he proved that he's the best. And this at this stage he proved that wait, I'm here, I'm going to win. And he just won with a little amount of health remaining.
Absolutely, he did. And with that, as he moved on to the second round between these two wonderful players, we saw T4 pick up the chains that Luna had left alongside, and GG's indeed. What a play it was. One after the other. Lethal punches coming in left, right, center. And T4 was able to clutch that victory with just 3 back-to-back wins in round 2.
That's amazing. And let's move on to the third game. At first, we think that Paul is going to win 3 games in a row, but not. He just won the first round, and after that, Lars fight backs and he won the second game. He just won second round. He just wanted to keep up the momentum, and yeah, we see the kicks, but he didn't keep up. And unfortunately, Paul is using his damage, and we know whenever he launches a player, you have no chance. He's just going to use some attacks, combos, follow-ups, and you didn't get any chance. What Paul Phoenix did, what T4 Jin did. At the first game, he thought that he's going to lose. He figured out the way. So first of all, he launched Lars and then used some combos, which is really amazing. And that really works.
It worked. It absolutely worked every single time that T4 tried it. And of course, that's why he kept on going back to the strat. Now, with that, let's also quickly have a look at the point structure and find out what has taken place when it comes to our leaderboard, where indeed we do have
The standings, overall standing, Dax, Iggy Daddy and Callum Bukes having 6 points, and they have first, second and third position. And we talk about T4, M-Doc, Lunafang and T4 Jin having 3 points each, with having 4th, 5th, 6th position. Sly Risai and T-Hawk played 2 matches, lot 2 matches. They have to work on their game, and I have really high hopes from T-Hawk as well. Let's move forward towards the game which T4 Jin showed, which is really amazing. And I just want to tell you about that. He just figure out the way. Okay, whenever Lars trying to jab him, he just crouch, high punch and launches him.
Absolutely.
Then Lars didn't get any chance to fight backs, and he just getting the punches and the follow-ups in a very high amount, and the damage is also high, and which proof that yes, Paul Phoenix have a very high amount of damage. He showed that. I'm really speechless because T4 Jin is really amazing.
Absolutely. Indeed it is. The gameplay that we just witnessed certainly does showcase that, and with that we do reach the end of our segment of Tekken. Please do stick around as we go on a very short break, because coming right up will be Counter-Strike. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, where right now we are going to get into some Counter-Strike realm. We've got fabulous 2 teams who are of course grinding it out for a massive prize pool that is at stake. But alongside that, it's not only the prize pool, it is also creating that wonderful name for your team, of course. And with that, let's also talk more about all of this, but introduce our analyst, and it is going to be none other than, once again, Super Johnny. Welcome back.
Yep, thank you for the warm welcome, and once again an exciting day of Counter-Strike in front of us, where we are going to see 2 really good teams go up against each other. So talking of the matchups, I think it is time to introduce the teams as well. It is going to be Sinister 5 facing off against the Djentlemen. An interesting one, because Djentlemen having, after the match yesterday, now they have a record of 1 victory, 1 loss on the other side. Sinister 5 have yet to lose a game. They have played 2 matches, but they won both of them.
Absolutely, and Sin5's gameplay has certainly led them all the way to the 2nd of the leaderboard as of now, so looking really strong, and they might even be able to move up if today's game goes in their favor.
Yeah, today's game, I mean, we're going to have to see which map these 2 teams decide to play. So the veto is going to be important one as well. Yesterday, we did see the Djentlemen's performance on Dust 2. Today, they're going to be playing Nuke. So an interesting pickup. Once again, we get to see a lot of Nuke over here in
That is so
yeah.
true. That is so true. I mean, since the start, since week 1, now we're on week 3, day number 3 already
Yeah.
on week 3, and we've actually seen so many individual plays throughout week 1 and 2 that were on Nuke itself. Rather, I believe ATK and Sin5, the first day of Umzansi itself, they went up against each other. Was it Train or was it?
It was Train.
It was Train,
Yeah,
right?
these two teams faced off against on Train, but Nuke is something that we did see ATK on against
Yes.
Goliath, and that was an interesting story as well. But today is going to be important for the Gentlemen, because we were talking about this yesterday as well, wherein a 1-1 record is good, but you know what's better? A 2-1 record, 2 victories on the other side. If Sinister 5 do end up falling down right now, it's going to put them in a weird situation wherein with 1 loss, they're going to have to work a little bit extra hard to go on to challenge the teams that are in front of them. That's going to be Goliath and ATK, the teams with a downside for them as well, that they have played more games than these two.
Exactly, and for that, of course, Sin5, I know for a fact are going to be well prepped to get into this game, because they bring in a very synergistic gameplay. I mean, every single time we've seen them, they have been very well composed with their plays and with their strats, and very synergized within the team as well.
Yeah, it all comes down to the experience the players on
True.
this team have. They were able to attack, like, even when we saw them on the intense matchup that was with ATKC as the very first game that we saw in Umzansi Esports League. On Train, ATK, they went out with an all-out aggression, but Sin5 was able to sort of change the pace of the game and get control of the map entirely for themselves. Today, it's going to be interesting because, as I was talking about the Gentlemen, the first game we saw from them was a little bit slow-paced, but yesterday it was an all-out frag fest.
Absolutely was, and with that, let's segue into the game itself and throw it to the casters, of course, to get this game started.
Thank you very much, Lakshay and Varun. That was, well, it's a good, very basic analysis there from them, a quick breakdown, but I think it's up to me and you, Esmery, to give the viewers out there a very in-depth breakdown whilst we wait for the players to join, of course. Let's start with maps quickly. Esmery, your side. You know, looking at Nuke in particular here, who's the stronger team?
Nuke in particular is a fun one. So I mean, looking at the stats for Gentlemen and Sinister, I'm leaning towards a Sinister win here. They definitely have been extremely dominant, especially with regards to the season, but especially on Nuke itself, winning with a 71% win rate. So looking really good. We don't have much stats for this particular roster for Gentlemen on Nuke itself, but I mean, Nuke in general is one of those maps, we've seen time and time again with the rotations, with the sound cues, with the way in which you hold your CT defense, it can be extremely dominant. And for the side of Sinister, I'm expecting some good control. I think it's going to be a close one, especially with a map like Nuke. It really does provide a good playing ground for some individual prowess plays and just some overall mind games happening. But that's going to depend on the players, and I think you should give us a good idea about who we're going to be seeing and what they're going to be doing.
So I'll give the viewers a quick player breakdown here. The two players that I'm going to take are one from Sinister 5 and the other one from the Gents. Sinister 5, let's talk elusive for a few seconds here. The last time I covered him, amazing play that we saw, some great clutch play coming out from him in numerous rounds. And I think he's going to be the pivotal player for the team tonight. He's got a lot of experience. He's played in North America. He knows what it takes to actually win rounds and win maps in particular. So, quickly going over to the Gents team, from just what I'm seeing, Flexi is also a very good player to kind of focus on. It's between him and Tuckbook actually. That's really going to change things up for the Gents team here. But Flexi, he's sitting on a 1.11 impact rating at the moment. He's really influential when it comes to pretty much every single round. We saw him also kind of kick off very well yesterday against WRG, and that was like a seriously one-sided win there, of course, for the Gentlemen. So again, we will see similar style of gameplay coming out from him tonight, but it's a tougher opponent. That's the thing. So, I'm not going to call predictions on this game, but when we're talking about two individuals, so to speak, Elusive's one on Sinister 5, and Flexi's the other from the Gents team.
And I mean, talking about the experience, I remember that one clutch round there from Elusive on Inferno, down to a 1v3, manages to walk circles, and I literally mean circles, around the enemy team. So he's got that experience, he's got that game sense, and with the rest of the team, like Sinister 5, it's going to be a tough one for Gentlemen. If they can keep up that pace that we saw last night on Dust, that dominant pace, then I think
Yeah.
it's going to be a tough one. It might be a close game with the nuke, with the map pick. All in all, sides are also going to be quite a definite sort of determining points of where this map is going to go. I saw Djentlemen struggling a little bit with their CT side on train, and then on the same token, last night on Dust, it seemed like they knew exactly where White Rabbit were going to be every single corner. So depending on where and what they're planning to do, I'm hoping for a little bit more aggression on their side, especially with Flexi. I mean, we've seen him take those 3Ks, those multi-kills, just taking it away from them. From your side, are you waiting for a CT side or a T side there from Sinister?
It's a little bit tough to call, obviously, on Nuke. I mean, what I would like to see is a little bit more of a stronger CT side from them. And then, of course, kind of continuing with the form I've seen them on Nuke being a pretty strong T side. But, kind of talking more so about players, I think when we're talking about individual players here like Deviant and Zero Chance, hugely experienced players that have been playing for years. I mean, they've been playing when I was still playing back in the day, basically. And kind of that experience that they're going to pour into that team with Elusive as well, it's really going to add a lot of trouble for the Gents team. I mean, though Gents have got also quite an experienced lineup here, it's very hard to kind of call what sort of rounds or no, sorry, what sort of sides they need to kind of focus on in this one. I almost feel like it's very much going to be up to individual play and then overall team form from both sides here. Like if the team is gelling well and playing well, I almost feel like it's not really going to matter on the rounds too much, either being more on the CT side or the T side. As long as they have a good counter for whatever they pick up in the first round or the first half. So if they've got a low score of like say 6 rounds or 5 rounds in the first half, but pick up with a 10 on the second, that's pretty much what we've seen in traditional Counter-Strike recently, or the traditional nuke play that we've seen come out from South African teams. Is like kind of a slow start, irrespective of sides, but then the opposite is generally where they double their score. So I'm kind of expecting that from both teams here, and it's very hard to call actually who's going to win this one because their win percentages on this map is quite high. Both of them in the 70s. Again, if I have to put money on someone, it's probably going to be Sinister 5 based on experience.
Based on experience, and also if they just give Deviant to Deagle, I think it's going to be a tough one for Djentlemen. I mean, we've seen that man do insane things. And in general, I mean, talking about a little bit about the Deagles, talking about pistol buys in general, we've seen pistol runs in recent fashion just go the way of whoever's on the save, whoever has the Deagle. It just seems like those pistol runs have been so impactful lately that having players like Deviant, having players like Elusive and Flexi, aimers that just go absolutely insane. I think we're going to be having some swing rounds here, and in all honesty, I'm ready and waiting to see what the players have in store. Interestingly enough, I've seen a little bit of outside control going a little bit sideways. We've seen double stacks, we've seen a lot of control recently and a bit of changes. From your side, do you think, that outside control is really going to be a pivotal point for them with the smokes and the utility that they've been throwing recently? Outside control just seems to be falling away.
Yeah, I think, like if we're talking nuke here, traditionally outside control has always been kind of the top priority, and I think it's something that teams need to do. They need to kind of focus on that outside control, like pretty much all rounds, if you know what I mean. Like it kind of creates a bit of a guessing game for your opponent if you're playing CT side. If you smoke it up really well on the outside and you're quick on it, you're going to keep the CTs guessing. They're not sure where you're going. If you're going to be going downstairs, or you're going to be kind of moving around towards hut side, or you're going to go through garage towards heaven. There's so many things that can really kind of come into play when you're playing a great outside strat play. Again, if you're CT side, this is where you need to be very kind of nimble on your feet with being able to counter that sort of play. Again, if we're going to see a lot of T side players, kind of playing the outside strat, and you're CT, you need to take 1 or 2 rounds to identify that straight off the bat. And as soon as you see that the T side is continuously playing the outside, stack outside with 3 players. Go full 3 players outside, and then do 1 on top and then 1 on ram side. I've done that like in the past, like a good couple of years ago, and that strat still works effectively. I've seen it work time and time again, and that allows for the CT side to obviously kind of counter that aggressive outside play if the T side are doing that, of course.
It's interesting to see just in general how these teams have been so dynamic and changing it up. I mean, I saw, Goliath, just a few names to mention it. The way in which that they can take that aggression outside has been interesting to see, and it's also fun to see that, that 3-stack outside, how they hold it as a CT. the utility that you use and the way in which you hold it really becomes impactful, especially considering, you know, on a CT side, that economy is always a tough one. So to be able to dedicate that much utility to holding outside, it just proves how pivotal it can be really to taking a win round, especially when you talk about, you know, secret control and how many plays can be made from just managing to get a couple of players down through secret, really making it a tough time for the CTs, especially with the rotations that they have to do. But the numbers that they have to, you know, depend on, that they have to dedicate to that outside control, it leaves it into a bit of a situation. Do you take the 2 ramp? Do you take that risk? Do you rather just hold hut? Do you try and hold that A side? It's difficult to see it, and with individuals, you know, like we've mentioned before, those outside fights can get really, really gnarly really quickly. I'm interested to see it, and I'm already in waiting just to see the utility that they're going to be using tonight as well.
You see, the thing is, if you're playing CT side, right, and you're effectively wanting to put players one top and one ramp side, you need to put players there that can hold the site, at least take down 2 of the opponents when they're breaching that site. Because kind of standardized Counter-Strike is that if you're playing CT side, you take down your fellow man on the opposite side, you've done your job, you know. But if you're able to take down 2, you've done more than your job. You've made it easier actually for your fellow CT teammates to actually, you know, go for the retake or whatever the case may be. So when you've got a 3-1-1 split on CT side, 3 outside, 1 top and 1 ramp side, the players that are playing top and ramp side are generally your top fraggers or your top aimers. Those are the guys that you want to kind of put in those positions purely because they can handle themselves and a little bit more. And essentially, when it comes to also economy, like economy for me, again, you know, that always will depend on like how you're going to structure your CT kind of default. If you've got if you've got decent money to work with, then, you know, essentially what you want to do is you want to kind of want to stack 3 guys outside and give them like utility. So yeah, again, we'll have to wait and see.
And thankfully, we won't have to wait too long as the game is about to head off. We've got Djents on the T side. So there's that momentum that I was talking about, that fast pace that we saw last night from Djentlemen. They're in the position to take it to Sinister.
Indeed they are. And we're obviously we're gonna have to wait and see this round. See how it's going to work out. Defense, like I said, T side, Sinister with a hard stack on the ramp side. And look at this. All of a sudden, Tuckbook coming in, taking a 3K quickly with that Glock. And opening up opportunities here for Gents to move downstairs, making it also a lot tougher for Deviant and Slayer to try and go for the retake. You can see Slayer getting taken out there. Deviant, the last one left. And that will be it.
I mean, that is a quick way to get us into this Nuke game, but look at this. This was a bit of a gamble here from Sinister. 3 towards ramp, trying to get some early control, trying to, you know, deter Djentlemen from taking that B control, but unfortunately, if you're going to take a gamble like that, you need to hit the shots, and you definitely don't need Tuckbook getting a 3K within a couple of seconds of each other. So unfortunate for Sinister there, but I mean, with that, not much loss, as they are going to be falling up into the second round, as is pretty much default in terms of CS these days. CT second force is nothing to be shocked about. And look at this pace here from Djentlemen, already taking the A side. Crucial starting us off strong. Phoenix right there to back him up. Good response here from Slayer and Elusive, taking down 2, but still on 3v3. Retake is not going to be easy when Tuckbook is holding that flank. A lot of utility down, but not a lot of angles. Oh, I say that. Here we go. Zerotron starting it off, taking down Phoenix. And now it's a winnable situation for Sinister. Tuckbook and Crucial both extremely low. Position is looking good for Sinister. Gonna have to see if Djentlemen can possibly swing it around and keep this advantage.
Oof.
Or if Sinister are going to be a thorn in their side. An AK recovered. It's going to be a tough one.
Something I want to pick up here is that AK-47 in the hands of Zero Chance. Now, the bomb's gone down. They know it's topside here, but look at this crossplay set up here. You've got Slayer on the top with the decoy and Zero Chance playing the AK-47. Oh, he's going to go down, unfortunately, but still. Almost worked out for them. Maybe Slayer spotted his opponent, so he'll be able to get down quickly, but he's probably going to be aware. He's going to try and bait him out. Wow.
Okay.
Didn't see that nade. Didn't see the nade.
That is one way to finish it off. Tuckbook is really, I mean, we were talking about it, you know, it's either going to be between Tuckbook or between Flexi, and Tuckbook, with the pace that he's starting it off with, I think he's very clearly heard you and trying to, you know, show that he is also, in fact, a fantastic player.
He does this often. That's the thing with Tuckball. You know, like, I've seen it time and time again in these matches. He gets off to a flaring, massive start with lots of frags and almost 0 death. And then, like, starts to tamper off, and that helps the Gents out a lot. But we can see some great aggression coming out here from Zero Chance nonetheless.
And Zero Chance already picking up that kill, managing to recover an AK. But on the other side of the map, those MAC-10s are doing the work that they need to. Sinister down to a 3v3. A gun recovered, some good money in the bank. I mean, this is the bonus round. Oh, but you don't want Zero Chance looking at the wrong place at the wrong time. Gentlemen going to be able to get back that AK, and now, unfortunately, for Elusive in a position that he won't be winning this round. Good recover there from Gentlemen. Unfortunately, taking and losing a few players there to that save rush. So, I mean, that's a bit of extra cash there for Sinister.
Yeah. And look, I mean, not much we can talk about in this round in particular because it's an eco round. Just didn't work out much for Sinister. They had the advantage though when they were playing a little aggressive there in the beginning. But what I'm interested to see is this round in particular. Now, this is one of the pivotal rounds, the first buy round of the match. And again, if we've got a number of players playing on the outside area for CT side, that's going to prove to be a lot more problematic for Gents. Look at the aggression coming out from the CTs actually. A lot of flash and utility being thrown out towards that outside area. But again, they are going to back off here. They've got one player playing on the ramp side, probably two on the top bomb site. We see the slight rotation to the outer bomb side. That might actually help them out. Well, we'll have to wait and see how this is going to turn out though for Sinister 5 here in particular. You can see already Wipeout just positioning himself, trying to see if he can angle in and maybe get a quick frag. Crucial though, only playing with a MAC-10. If you ask me, I would have picked up an AK-47. This is a buy round. You should know this. Not be playing with a MAC-10 up at close quarters. Though, even though it's effective, you're going up against Elusive here. You want to have the best gun possible. So Elusive getting the first frag there, taking down Crucial there. He had 0 value in that particular round, but Elusive under pressure does well. Takes down his third. And you know, like I said earlier, individual play that we're seeing here from Gents, sorry, from Sinister 5, that's going to be the pivotal, like, well, not pivotal, but it's going to be the critical moments that's going to kind of drag the team through. Amazing experience shown there from Elusive, and Sinister 5 should take the
Yeah, it's a bit of a tall order here for Tuckbok in a 1v4, managing to take down lately, so some extra money to take through to the next round. And like economically wise, you know, Gentlemen, they're okay. They've got a few players that are going to need to be dropped, and then thankfully they've got some good money in the bank there. But just look at this from Elusive. I mean, you know, taking one player down with you as you drop down, but managing to finish it off with a 4K. I mean, that's individual prowess if any I've seen them. Elusive really doing good here, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from Sinister. They're not bowing down. We've got the round advantage, we don't care. Nice aggression here towards this outside 3, in fact. Holding this outside control here. Just gonna have to back away there because of the utility. So unfortunately that initial push is gonna be tapered down, slowing it down. Oof, so many smokes outside here. Can barely see anything that's going on here. Gentlemen just trying to take some map control, trying to find a crack in the defense here. Have to be careful, because on the cross is Deviant, Zero Chance, and Slayer, and Zero Chance taking down 2. Good response from Gentlemen.
Yeah, look, I mean, that was very key there from Sinister 5, actually using a lot of utility on the outside, kind of pausing that push. Lately in Slayer, though, picking up frags respectively now, leaving Crucial left. And you know, that's the entire thing I'm talking about. If you're playing the stack outside and you're able to stop that aggressive push on the outside area, it really gives you the advantage on the CT side. So it's a good round there for them, managing to take another one and forcing the eco onto Gents once again.
It's going to be the first round that they're actually on the back foot here as first save. Sinister up for the tie this round, and unless I say this, these pistol runs have been a little bit crazy. No deagles yet inside, so a couple of Tech 9s and P250s going to keep up the pace for Gentlemen. They're going to need to get somewhere pretty quickly, especially with all that utility raining down, forcing them into a position where they really just can't go anywhere. And look at this HP already. The utility from Sinister just making it so much more difficult for them.
Yep, indeed. And oh, look at yeah, that HP, man. It's already like looking so low for Wipeout, and Tuckbok's got a little bit, and Phoenix as well, like also losing a little bit of HP on this. But again, We can't expect much from them as they're storming the top side. So a good shutdown coming out here from Lately and from Slayer as well. But he'll get taken down, so that could pose a little bit of a problem. Maybe we'll see a bit of a bomb plant. But oh, what a nade actually coming out from Slayer here. Drops it, and Elusive just backs up with the frag there.
I actually thought he would have missed it because he just hit the lip of that edge, but it actually worked out. Unfortunately, no real HP to fight from Wipeout side. I mean, he was down to basically 19 HP, not much to do. But good round there. Unfortunately, for Djentlemen, I mean, that was their first back foot round, and this is going to be the second as they're going to go for a second save. So here we've got some deagles, we've got some utility. Ooh, actually a bit of a hero buy onto Flexi. I mean, that's the man you want to give to the AK. So he's going to be the main damage. Ooh, the main damage focal point, but look at this pace here. Already one player down to B. Trying to get some control here, and the response from Sinister is apt. They've got full outside control. They've got a lot of information, but they don't know where Crucial is, and that's one down. That's a bit of an opening there, doing a lot of damage on this pistol round.
Yeah, again, Flexi with the AK-47. I don't know if that was the right buy, but again, we see Crucial picking up an M4 there. So this kind of might be working out here, though. He's aware of Lately that's in the top side, and Lately obviously needs to be careful as it gets taken down. And this topside claim here coming out now from the Gents team might put Thorn in a zero chances defense there as he gets taken down. He does not spot the play on the outside. So that was quite clever play from Crucial. He didn't go in immediately. He kind of waited. He knew someone was playing mouth side. And obviously they're aware that Slayer is close by with the AWP, and Elusive's going to have to come and join him. The question is he going to go for the retake? I don't think so. I don't think it's worthwhile for them to actually go after it. They should just save their guns.
Yeah, money-wise, it's not looking great for Sinister. They're definitely going to need to save whatever they can, and Elusive is going to do just that. Actually going to get a bit of extra money. Takes down 2, unfortunately gets taken down, so that's a dropped gun. Has a bit of extra cash in the bank there, with the 2 kills, but you've still lost a rifle. You've lost a lot of players for a pistol round here from Djentlemen. So, economy, what are we thinking here? What is Sinister going to have to do?
Probably going to... well, look, Slayer's already got an AWP, so they're going to have to buy around that AWP. They can't really kind of save around that AWP. They rather want to buy up. As you can see, Elusive had 6,700 in the bank, so he'll be able to buy up from us. It's not a bad buy I see coming out from Sinister 5. They've got a lot of utility, so they can make it work. They just need to hold the angles in particular. I think lately, looking that he looks after that top side. Oh, look at this. Nice little counter nades coming out. Slayer, though, aggressive with the AWP. This will be unexpected for the Gents, though. They need to be careful about this. Bang! As you can see, they're taking down Flexi easily. That's a second one. And this individual play coming out here from him is so useful, specifically Devon being able to support that, shutting down that outside play. Again, great play there from Sinister 5. With the buy that they had, they used their utility well. They kind of kept the T side from coming in. That initial nades that we saw in and well, you can see Tuckbook in a spot of trouble here. Wipeout managing to pick up 2 at least, but I don't think it's good enough.
I mean, especially when you consider that Sinister actually have bomb control right now. So Wipeout has to recover the bomb, and he's going to have to fight immediately. 2 CTs with a great crossfire there. Slayer finishing it off with a 3K. Some great work there with the AWP. I mean, that would have been the reset for Sinister if they had lost that. So that was such a crucial round for them to be able to win that, to keep up that advantage. So, I mean, tied up the rounds here, but Djentlemen 1 step away from a reset.
Yeah. And well, they've picked up a number. They've picked, well, I don't know. I mean, they can lose 1 more round and pick up the lost round bonus and being able to buy up the AKs. It's cheap, right? We'll have to see what they do here in particular. Scores are 4-4 at the moment, so good defense we see coming out here from Sinister. Only giving Gents 1 round after the initial 3. And again, Phoenix hopping around here. No aggression coming out now from Sinister. They've laid back now. I think they're anticipating some sort of topside push here, because I see a lot of topside focus coming out from Gents in this map in particular. There, Slayer starting it off, taking the man outside. That's Phoenix. He's out of the picture. And you can see there's no real outside play coming out from Gents here. And this is where Gents should be focusing on the outside area. They should just smoke it up and run right down that staircase, rather opt to go for the bottom bomb side. They're also playing a lot of this topside CS, which isn't working for them at the moment. They are struggling to pick up rounds, but again, the frags are at least, you know, kind of working in their favor from time to time, but in this round in particular, not the case.
Oh, unfortunate there for Takbok. Way too many angles to check, way too many players to take down, you know, to be able to actually take a bomb plant and take a round possibly there. I saw, you know, for Djentlemen just dying one from one, you know, the trades really weren't there. They weren't really in a position to trade, rather. I mean, every time they were dying, it was either just one player outside or it was one player getting shot through smoke, through utility, getting mollied out of that angle where they need to be to actually get the trade there. And here we go. We've got a pistol round coming out from Djentlemen once again. Third one so far. Got a couple of Deagles, a couple of Tech 9s. Pace already getting shut down here from Sinister. Some good inside control here and Elusive. Right up and close and personal with the smoke. So good utility, good information available to them. And a lot of sound cues actually getting given away here from Djentlemen. Lately taking the advantage there and going to take a spray through the smoke, connecting it with Phoenix. And I mean, right now, Sinister are just aiming it away. It's like shooting at a couple of targets that are just running through. But here's Flexi, good response, takes down Deviant. Oh, so many angles to check, so many people to kill. It's going to be a tough time.
Indeed.
Ooh, okay, Wipeout, good headshot onto Slayer, taking down the AWP there, but Elusive is going to be on the aggressive push there, taking him out and finishing it off. I mean, a lot of damage done again from Djentlemen's side on a pistol save.
Yeah, look, I mean, that damage in particular, I think is, you know, it can be beneficial if you're winning rounds, but if you're not winning rounds, you know, it's not really much you can do with it except maybe take 1 or 2 guns down, and that, I guess, that could impact your opponent's economy, so to speak. We're looking at the score here, 6-4. The frags as well, 12-4 for Elusive, and the same with Slayer. The two of them are just literally on song right now, and that's going to create so much problems for Gents if they continue to do so. Here's a little bit of ramp play coming out, and Elusive's going wild. Opens up the account with a 4K and then gets taken down, but he's done the damage. You know, that's the individual stuff that we want to see if you're supporting either side. That 1, 2, 3, 4 frags basically per single player makes the job so much easier for the rest of the team.
My goodness gracious, I don't think Djentlemen have had an easy time on ramp here with Elusive. I mean, either he's taken 3 or he's taken 4 as he's just done. He's really just anchoring this B ramp side completely solo, actually. Taking the aggressive stance there. I mean, unfortunately for Flexi, there was way too much time wasted and way too much information for Sinister. Fantastic round there from Elusive.
Yeah.
Oh, just look at this. Good little bit of utility there and just such a
bang,
good spread
bang, 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 bang. No, it's a great round.
Easy, man.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like, it takes one individual to really kind of, you know, step up and really do a lot of work for the team. And in this case, Sinister 5 have got 2 individuals right now, Slayer and Elusive, doing that. And that causes such a problem, basically, for the opponents because they cannot respond. Look how quick Slayer is with the AWP, knocking down Wipeout there. But again, it's one of those situations where you're sitting right now. He picks up Crucial as well. It's an eco round nonetheless here for Gents. They're going to try and go for the top side once more. Zero chance this time is going to shut them down with the M4. He runs around with Deviant as well, picking up a 2K. But still, like I was saying, individual play makes the world of a difference for either side, if you know what I mean.
So there was that second round, you know, it was a pistol round all around, except for Flex, you had the AK. It's the second time we've seen that. And it's the second time we've seen that not work out for them. And unfortunately now, you know, onto this buy round that should be a full team buy round, Flexi's going to be put down to a Galil. I mean, it's not the worst gun to have. But the pace for Djentlemen, I mean, they're so good at taking that super aggressive and quick pace. And then when they get shut down that quickly from Sinister, especially from Slayer doing the work with the AWP, they just seem to be a little bit flustered almost.
Yeah, he's shutting them down. That's the problem. He's completely shut them down. Look at that. No one's coming outside right now. I mean, we've got Wipeout as the singular entity, basically trying to see if he can pick off someone at that staircase area. But again, there's a little bit of a ram side play that we might see come out here potentially from Gents, but they are getting shut down quite hard. And Elusive, we showed it to us when he took down. Just a bit of a battle here when he took down 4 of them basically on that ramp side. So a ramp and outside is problematic, if you know what I mean. at most. But again, top side looks like it's the only function right now for Gentlemen. And I guess that's why the Gents are, so to speak, moving aggressively into that top side. Because I think they've identified a weakness here. But the weakness is still a strong point for Gents here. So again, it's hard to kind of understand what the IGL's thinking at this moment. But what I'm starting to gauge here is that they're not too aggressive on the outside nor on the ram side, because clearly the players like Slayer and Elusive are picking up frags quite quickly, and they aren't able to counter them, so they're going top. You know what I mean? Top's the only option right now.
But I mean,
It might
especially when
change.
Sinister have that four-man stack, it's way too. It's too many angles to check.
Yeah, and then we also see in top side when the stack is right that it's tough for the Gents. Look, they've picked up 5 rounds here, so kudos to them. They'll be able to have a defendable kind of amount of rounds in the second half here. If not, if they pick up more rounds, it'll just be more easier for them to defend. But again, the question's going to be posed: how good's their CT side?
Oh, Crucial trying to get an early pick there. Unfortunately, not going to be able to connect the shot there. Would have actually nearly been a collateral there, depending on the timing. So unfortunately, no shots just yet. No altercations on either side. HP still looking good on both sides. A bit more outside control here. We've got Wipeout and Flexi trying to take it. Some backup here from Tuckborg. So some good presence here from Gentlemen towards outside. But Slayer in a bit of a surprising spot here. Might catch them off guard. Deviant's going to be the one-man guard between them and A site. Good trade there from Flexi, opening it up. Oh, Slayer on the prowl, takes him down, and now the Gents in a 3v4 with some good control here. We've got some hull control, we've got a bit of outside, and the squeaky door is open. And here should be the trigger for Gentlemen trying to take this A site.
Yep. And we can already see Lately going down, but there is Elusive coming in with the M4, gets taken down. And now zero chance is going to come in with Slayer to try and go for the retake here. It's going to be tough. He doesn't get the he doesn't get the frag in there with the M4. Still aware of, or still thinking someone is kind of playing on that angle, but now look, they're flushing out Slayer here. Zero chance needs to be careful around the corner, but he does well with the spray down, taking that Wipeout. But now it's up to Slayer here on the retake. Isn't going to be able to take down Phoenix. Oh, he's only going. I would have gone in with the AWP, to be honest, or picked up an M4 at least, but still. Unfortunate there for Slayer, not being able to close it out. Good round there for Gents as they'll pick up a 6th. And this again is something that the Gents are just not capitalizing off. Is getting hold of that AWP on the outside. If they do that, it opens up everything for them. You know what I mean? They've done well this far to actually pick up 6 rounds. But I mean, the question still gets posed, like, are they going to be able to defend this off against Sinister 5 and their T side onslaught? We don't know.
I mean, that round also could have gone either way if instead, you know, the high HP player went down instead of the low HP first. It could have been a much more winnable situation there for Slayer. Unfortunately, you know, left with the USP and the AWP. But Slayer and Sinister 5 taking some good outside control. This position here from Slayer, he's been such a thorn in Gentleman's side. Is Wiper going to expect it? No, he's not. Already a kill taken down. And this seems to happen quite a lot. Ooh, good response there from Crucial. Takes down Deviant. So some equal trades on either side. Oh, zero chance with the swag 7 taking down Flexi. Trades on either side still. So pretty even unless zero chance does things like that. Crucial on for the 2K so far, with the AWP doing good.
Why do you call it a swag 7?
It's the swag 7.
It's a mag 7. Thank you very much.
It is the swag 7. Will always be the swag 7.
I'm correcting you here. It's a mag 7. Thank you. Me and my boomer voice will tell you it's a mag 7. I'm kidding.
There's a swag skin. I'm gonna call it the swag 7 and send it to you just to prove you wrong.
Fair enough.
And here's a good response here for Gentlemen that actually managed to get a top side. So only lately here, and I say only lately, but he's also been so good in these past matches. So there's the sound cue. Ooh, and as I say that, lately taking down Crucial. Phoenix left in a 1v2 situation, a tough bide to clutch it out there, but that Molly is going to waste some good time. And if lately doesn't have the weapon switch on, oh, that could have been a very quick round there for Gentlemen. Oh, okay, so BM, Slayer, we see you.
Bad manners. Yeah, it's exactly that. Look, in that round in particular, I think it's a little bit, there's a number of things that went wrong there in particular. This portion here, Wipeout not looking at the angle, getting taken down easily. There was a response on Deviant, but again, I think, the trade-offs were just favoring Sinister 5, and that's the thing. Their placements were a little bit better. And on the end of the day, playing Counter-Strike, you have to check your angles. I mean, Wipeout there, crucial to that one. 6 rounds for Gents, not bad. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I think they can make it work. That's the thing. But we'll have to see if they've got a strong CT side. If they don't, Sinister 5 might just walk all over them here and close this out.
I mean, Elusive 17 for 8, Slayer 18 for 6. Just absolutely just dominating right now. I mean, with the kills that they've got on these Glocks. Oh, gotta hit the headshots though. And Djentlemen actually for once had an advantage here with the pistol round. Oh, I say that. Similar round when you saw in the first round with those Glocks, but... Oh, I'm going to be going down, and now Sinister on for basically what is a retake in a 1v4. Oh, just going to get taken out one by one.
Yeah, it seems like Sinister's not very strong in the pistol rounds there. That should have been their round if they actually just focused the top side. But again, they got taken down so quickly there by a number of USPSs. And the problem is because Sinister 5 was giving them the distance. You know what I mean? Like, the USP is so dangerous on distance compared to the Glock. The Glock is, packs a punch when you're going in straight and the enemy's close by. But when you're breaching with Glocks or playing the Glock side, first and foremost, you don't go outside. The USPS is going to trample you down. You stick to ramp, or you stick to a hut side rush, or maybe a door side rush, and that will be able to open up things for you. We see an outside play coming out here, but again, Wipeout just wiping them all out, basically, with the SMG. But it is an eco round nonetheless. I mean,
farming those kills, getting some money in the bank. It's a bit of a fun one that I saw. 4 Glocks running from silo to hut. Quite a waterfall that I've not yet seen on Nuke. So that was interesting to see. But here's the buy round from Sinister, and the Djentlemen actually going to be sticking with whatever guns that they did have. At least upgrading his Flexi. Got a lot of utility in their hands. Up against these AKs from Sinister, and if these individuals pop off, I don't think the utility is going to matter much.
Yeah. Well, it's a buy up now here for Sinister 5. So again, dangerous times here for Gents. The question is, have they read this buy? Because they've still got 2 SMGs. They're going to have to play close quarters against this AK-47 push now, or buy up here from Sinister 5. Again, very slow outside play here. Only one of the players at the moment. They're kind of waiting for the aggressive CT push here. And I think it's a clever play that I'm seeing coming out here from Sinister 5. Will it work though? I don't know. Again, because of those SMGs being in close proximity, we can see Phoenix actually playing with the SMG, on that staircase. That's going to pose a problem if they want to start pushing down that staircase on the outside area. There's the utility. Now it's going to be moving in towards the outside. So kind of a delayed start here we're seeing from Sinister 5. And I'm interested to see how they're going to make this one work. They're obviously doing a little bit of pre-shots or pre-aim and pre-firing through to try and see if they can pick up a frag. But this garage push though, look at this. This is something I've not seen in the previous half that might actually end up biting the Gents team. As you can see, 0 shots coming around, taking out Crucial. There is a response though, at least from Phoenix with that SMG, but there's the trade-off from Deviant. So again, Sinister 5 have got the advantage now. They're going to go around, try and take down their players one by one, and you can see Wipeout, close proximity there with the SMG. And he'll get taken down. What I enjoyed about this round in particular, right? And I'll break it down very quickly, is that Sinister 5, they slowed the round down here, right? They kind of kept Gents guessing on where they are. And the indication I'm seeing here at the moment from Sinister 5 is that they're a little bit more tuned in to their T side than what I saw with Gents. But again, we don't know if Gents will be able to, how do I say? We don't know if they're going to be able to defend it off, or just kind of collapse. But so far, interesting play and an interesting round ahead.
And look at this from Crucial. He's right up close and personal, but Slayer's already seen him. So it's not working out right now for Djentlemen. It's a good response there from Phoenix, managing to drop an AK. 2 players so far dropped on the Sinister side. That's 2 AKs dropped. Only 1 so far recovered and in the hands of Djentlemen. So a little bit more extra firepower on this the save round. Still going to be a tall order though to convert the win. Sinister, again, I'm liking what they're seeing. They slow it down, clear up the angles, get the map control, go back, and then hopefully convert it into a win. Phoenix going to be able to take that AK back to ramp, so that's a bit more control that side. But I'm seeing Sinister leaning towards a ramp push here, leaning towards where this AK on Phoenix is holding. Ooh, a bit of a bad flash there. He's going to have to fall back. And here's the trigger from Sinister taking this B control, looking and hunting for Phoenix. Teamwork there, the shots are not connecting, and instead Sinister are getting the site. But that's a good response from Flexi. Drops down 2 and manages to drop the bomb. 0 chance left in a 1v3. Oh, trying to hunt for these players. We're going to have to see if he can clutch it out here. Just sort of hunting, looking a little bit flustered. Trying to figure out how this round went the way it did. We'll recover the bomb.
Yeah, he's kind of just playing a little bit for time here. He's got about a few seconds on the clock. He needs to be very careful, but because of that, he's probably going to get taken down, and that's another deagle shot from Flexi. So Flexi's little individual play there with the deagle definitely helped out the Gents a lot, because that was looking like a Sinister round as they got into that ramp side and started to take that bottom side area. But unfortunately not the case for them, and we'll probably see an eco round come out now for Sinister 5, and now the Gents are looking, how do I say it? They're looking dangerous.
Especially that 4K from Flexi there, just shutting Sinister down almost immediately. I mean, they had the advantage there. They had the sight, they had the firepower, and they had the time. But Flexi, just with those headshots, doing the work that Djentlemen need. Ooh, good post here from... Ooh, Crucial is going to leg, finally taking down 0 chance there. Flexi on the other side also managing to take down Elusive, so looking better is Djentlemen now on the pistol round here for Sinister, so not expecting much from them. Doing a bit of damage there.
Yeah, they are a team. They are a team that can actually create the eco upset opportunity, but again, it's very much map dependent. I've not really seen them create an eco upset on Nuke often. It's more like a Dust 2 or Mirage that I've seen them do it from time to time, even on Train actually, because Train's one of their good maps. So the scores are level now at 10 apiece here, and this is where it gets very interesting, because now you have to look at the economy from Sinister 5. They've got enough to buy up, and they probably will. This is probably one of the the pivotal rounds that I want to kind of call out here. If Sinister 5 get the advantage here, it's gonna force Gents a little bit into a tricky spot. Because if you look at Phoenix and you look at Crucial, they're quite low on cash there. It might just screw around with their economy just a little bit. But again, I think from a Sinister 5 perspective, the slow play has come to an end almost here for them. I think what they need to do next now and rather start thinking about is maybe kind of mix it up, play a little bit more aggressive, and go for the slow methodical play, because the Gents are backing off. They're not actually going any more aggressive with that CT pushes that we saw in the earlier rounds. So this might pose a little bit of a problem for Sinister 5, depending on how good their aggressive play is. But again, you know, scores are level. This is a close game. It's turning into a very close game, and one that Gents might actually take.
Interesting, we're seeing this double AWP setup here coming from Djentlemen. 1 AWP on the outside, which is crucial naturally, as we can see. And on the other side, we've got Phoenix with the AWP, just holding and waiting, taking those range fights, trying to keep Sinister at bay, trying to keep them off sight. So, oh, look at this from Sinister, already down secret and already in lobby, in radio room there. So good control from them. I'm gonna leave Djentlemen a little bit guessing. Okay, well, how did this happen? We have an AWP outside. How is this managing? How is Elusive managing to take down 2? That's the bomb dropped nonetheless. And now lately in 0 chance. Into a 2v3, need to recover the bomb, need to take down... Oh, need to take down Flexi if you want to get that bomb back. Lately, gonna manage to get the trade, but Wipeout and Tuckbok already on the B bomb side expecting this push.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem for lately. He's picked up an AWP. I guess he's got some range advantage. He could possibly clutch it out, but he's not going to find his man. His wipeout will take him down there. And Gents take the lead here. A very interesting round. So once again, the aggressive push there from Sinister 5 actually worked. But it's almost like their follow-up game to that aggressive push didn't work out so well there. I mean, Elusive did really well on their ramp side, but he was man alone. And the problem with that is that if you're going ram side with the bomb, you always need to stick with someone. Either that person that was with him got taken down early, or it's just more of a case that, you know, you shouldn't leave him alone. It should be 3 guys outside and 2 guys around.
Ooh, you definitely don't want to be alone when Flexi is hitting shots like that. Deviant already going down. Some good secret control here from Sinister, so they're again going to be getting the B bomb site pretty much to themselves, except for Flexi. He's been so quick with this. On for his 2k. And now with the bomb there, getting planted, he's going to take Zero Johns down because there's no defending T's, no one holding his angles. Flexi just left to run around and get the frags where he wants to get it on this pistol save. Actually on for the ace, and he's gonna finish it off in style. I mean, it's a pistol round there from Sinister, so, you know, I guess not much
ace
contention.
Is an ace.
Ace is an ace. But again, 100%. I mean, Flexi literally just held W that round. He could literally run wherever he wanted to. Take a couple frags, cool. Let me run that side, take a couple frags, and he wasn't getting contention from either side. He was constantly taking a 1v1, which he would have had the advantage because he had the better rifle, he had the better kit.
Yeah, the problem here is, for Sinister 5 at least, is that once Flexi starts to hit on Song, which we're now seeing, it's going to create all sorts of issues for them. Because you can see it, like, he's so super quick on that trigger that he'll take you down in a split second on the angle. And again, look at this, Wipeout now. He's someone that particularly got taken out from this angle a couple of times. We see Zero Chance trying to play around, but he's not being effective on the outside as he gets taken down. So again, 4 and 5 here, buy round here for Sinister 5. This is almost turning into a pivotal round here for them. They're slowly kind of paused things on the lobby side here, or yeah, the lobby side. Kind of waiting for any sort of aggressive CT push, but it's all happening outside. That's the thing. And again, Elusive now, just kind of taking his time here, slowly waiting it out. He's waiting for the CTs to kind of push to open up opportunities here for him. He needs to be very, very careful, though, of Wiper that is playing on the other side of this red crate. And that could really pose a massive problem for him. Again, if he gets the trade here, Elusive, right? Look at this. He's not aware of it. Ooh, but that was a sound cue that Wipeout shouldn't have done. And there, Elusive picking up a double frag now. That's going to open up the bomb site here now for 5. But look at Flexi, he's the danger man. He's going to go in, takes down one. He's going to try and go for another one, but he'll get taken down. Slayer, though, following up there with the AK-47. And lately, and him are around with Phoenix backing off immediately with that AWP. He wants to keep it because, let's be honest, the AWP is expensive. And also, CT budgets are very hard to work with if you're losing money.
It's crazy to see. I mean, I know the Djentlemen and Sinister couldn't really see it, but from my perspective, looking at that mini map, looking at the wall that is Djentlemen, Elusive managing to get through, but now Phoenix on for the 1v1 clutch here with Slayer. I'd say fall back, man, save that up. But it was beautiful to see because there was a wall of Djentlemen. There was a wall just dividing Sinister from getting anywhere to where they could plant the bomb, and Elusive, the one Sinister, the one green dot on the map, managing to just sneak through with the timing here. I mean, just look at this, knowing exactly where to be holding. Flexi doing a good job here, trying to hopefully convert it into a second, but ultimately it was that push there from Elusive that just opened up finally an opening here for Sinister, finally a defense crack there for Djentlemen, and managing to get that side take.
I want to pick something, I want to mention something here. If you're looking at the Gents team at the moment, most of them are in the teens with regards to frags. Looking on Sinister 5, Deviant is sitting on 6 for, I don't know how much. He's like 6 or 15 or something like that. He's not really picking up frags. And that's, when that sort of happens and one of your teammates is not really picking up frags, respectively, it causes a problem. It kind of puts extra load onto the team. But as I say that, good little start here for Sinister 5 as they managed to take down the first frag on Phoenix there on the ramp side. So this is going to be a little bit of a problem for the Gents team. They're going to have to spread a little thinner when it comes to defending either side here. They're going to have to kind of keep guessing because we've got Zero Chance on the outside again. And of course, Elusive that's probably going to play in this lobby side area. And look at Wipeout now. He's going to be coming very late. If you ask me, he's coming very late to come and try and assist Crucial here on this outside.
And not just that, but lately is waiting. Unfortunately, the HP, in addition to the numbers, is looking pretty bad there for Djentlemen. Good shot there from Crucial, taking down Zero Chance, giving a bit of an opening. Same with Tuckbox there. Oh, and here's Flexi, the danger man. Finishing it off with a 2K.
Bang.
Same with Crucial. Oh, That's what you need. It was looking already a little bit dire there for Djentlemen. You know, initially the numbers were there, and then the HP was dropping there from Djentlemen. So Flexi and Crucial just doing the work that they needed to, both finishing off with the 2K. And you're right. If your teammates aren't hitting those shots, I mean, 6 for 21 is the number that you were looking for.
Yes, thank you.
And on the same note, Elusive and Slayer both in the 20s already. So on the other side of Djentlemen, it's just Flexi, actually 3 away from that 30 bomb nonetheless. So the kills are looking a lot better from Djentlemen. But on the same token, you know, Sinister are playing around that they don't necessarily need to get the frags.
Yep. And I mean, there are obviously various reasons why that's happening, possibly because of latency or internet connection or whatever the case may be. But I mean, like, a player that's of deviant stature or deviant's reputation, basically, like, he shouldn't be sitting on 6 for 21. Like, he should be sitting on a lot higher here. And I think it's obviously like circumstantial, like, you know, being taken down on the trade or whatever the case may be. But again, you know, when you're playing at this level of Counter-Strike, when you're playing in the Premiership, when you're playing in the Umzansi Esports League, you need to be hitting on all cylinders all the time in order for you to kind of stay on top of the log. I mean, Sinister 5 also, you know, they have not lost the game yet, but we're kind of seeing something happening here, and it's going to be Flexi that's actually going to probably be the thorn in their little onslaught here that might actually cost them this game.
Oh, good little molly there, forcing them out, but Sinister too quick on the trigger there. Going to be taking down Flexi, going to be opening up this B-bomb site. Djentlemen already here for the retake, waiting for that bomb plant, and there we go. The bomb is dropped, and now it's just about taking those kills there. Wipeout doing good, taking down 2. Zerotron still alive though with the trade, and here we go. Takes down the second. Only Phoenix left to recover this round for Djentlemen. Has to find 2. 1 minute left. Is going to be looking, trying to find the angles. Zerotron is low. We need to be careful for this crossfire that they've got set up, and he's just going to get shot in the back there. Good little recovery there from Sinister.
That's lovely. Lovely to see that sort of Counter-Strike. You know, the guys are using their heads when it comes to this particular situation where the bomb's sitting on the floor. It's not been planted. They're luring out the CT player because he knows he's got a good shot on Zero Chance there. Just setting up that crossfire, that's all they need to do. And obviously the experienced campaigner, Zero Chance, you know, managing to take the 2K on the end of it, or even the 3K. I didn't actually see it properly. But again, when individuals, you know, start firing on these cylinders, on all 5 cylinders basically, and the whole team does so as well, that, you know, that causes such, you know, such a headache for the opposition. And the one thing to note, they took out Flexi right in the beginning, and that's what gave them the advantage.
I want to talk about headaches. I want to talk about what's happening right now. Literally, the T's and the CTs have swapped sides. We've got full outside control here from the terrorists, and instead Djentlemen from T-Sport are trying to pull it back. Phoenix left in a 1v3 now, has managed to recover an AK, but has to figure out where exactly Sinister have gone. Bombs going to be planted for them, and this is a bit of a head scratcher for myself. I mean, we literally had both teams sort of just forming a yin and yang, completely avoiding each other. We had Djentlemen pushing inside, we had Sinister running outside. That was quite an interesting one to see.
Yeah. Well, look at this. Now, this, I mean, the previous round was very important for Sinister 5. This is the timeout that we're going to expect from Djentlemen here. And kind of just looking at their setup, like, again, they're sitting right now, the budgets don't look too bad to buy, but they're sitting with a hard decision. Do they make the call to go for the buy now, or do they buy in the next round? And I can guarantee you that team is sitting there going and asking themselves the questions like, guys, what are we doing here? The IGL's calling out maybe to buy or not to buy, or he's asking around. Because again, this is the pivotal round right now. It's 13 apiece. This can go either way. If Sinister 5 pick up this round, it's going to force them into an eco and give Sinister another round here, and then they can just close it out. But again, do Gents risk that? Do they go for the buy, or are they going to go for the eco round? It looks like they're going to go for the eco round. No, there we go. As I said that. There's the buy coming through. They've decided, like, no ways. They need to buy. Let's make it happen.
I wanted to say, even if they choose to buy, they're not going to be buying on equal footing. We get 2 players with only 3K.
Yeah.
And you can see that in terms of the Farmers and the SMG coming out there. So, I mean, this is a big risk, and Crucial understands that and is going to take the aggressive stance there, already taking down Zero Chance, opening up possibly a winning stance here.
Yeah, well, again, also in that timeout, they probably spoke about, what sort of strategy they're going to use. Are they going to go for like an aggressive style push, or are they going to back it off? Are they going to just set up crossfires or whatever the case is with the Crucial here? He's going to make it happen. There we go. Everything's happening on the outside here now, and Crucial is on fire. Is he going to be able to pick up another frag here with his FAMAS? He's absolutely dangerous with it, just kind of holding it together, but he'll get taken out by Lately. He's done the work, though. He's taken down 2 T-side players. And now it's going to be up to... Ooh, there we go. Deviant finally chiming in with 1 frag. And that's going to help out his team so much. I guess on the end of the day, it's when you frag. It's not how many, it's when you frag. And that frag in particular is super important right now for Sinister 5. Just equalizing the numbers out here, 3 apiece. And as you can see, Sinister 5 plotting here. Going back to lobby. And they're probably going to try and push this bomb towards the ramp side. And this is where it's going to matter. If they can get hold of Flexi, they should be able to take the round here in theory. Because Takpok and Phoenix, whilst they are pretty much hitting on Song in certain cases, they're definitely not at Flexi's level right now.
Flexi has really been a thorn in Sinister's side, and looking at the equipment that Sinister have available, they have utility. Whereas the Djentlemen, you need to be hitting your shots, and Phoenix is going to be the first man that's going to be put under that pressure. Has to take down Elusive. 8 seconds left on the clock, and that's the bomb down, and that's the round 1 for Djentlemen. No way that Lately can actually convert this. Oh, what a round there from Djentlemen, taking down the clock, and Crucial on that outside post, doing the work with the farmers in a situation that, it was a bit of a gamble there, and they've managed to take it. They've managed to take one of your so-called pivotal rounds.
Yeah, and that is pretty much spelling danger here for Sinister 5 now. Although they can buy up, so again, this might go down all the way to the wire. I mean, we might actually see a 15-all come out here, and it'll be the first draw of the Umzansi Esports League, because there's no wins. Oh, sorry, there's no overtime in these matches. If you draw it out, you draw it out. You get 1 point basically for the draw. But that being said, though, the Sinister 5 timeout now, that's a little bit of a conversation happening there on what sort of strat they're going to play, because you got great minds like Deviant, Zero Chance, and Elusive sitting around the table going like, right, guys, okay, this didn't work. Are we just gonna throw caution to the wind and actually just run outside and be super aggressive and like kind of steal this one from them? Or are we going to be meticulous about our strategy and kind of maybe do like a 3-2 split on the ramp side with 3 on ramp, 2 on the outside? Again, we'll have to wait and see. At this moment, it looks like there's a number of players on this outside area, and they're opting to go for the outer bomb site. I mean, for the bottom bomb site, which is probably the better call.
And finally, a little bit of outside control here, and a sneaky push. Ooh, Crucial, just barely not getting that kill there. Taking the HP down low enough, Slayer on 4 HP, and he's going to have to deal with Takpok here. Good rotation, takes down the bomb. Ooh, that nade. Ooh, we're not going to be connecting that nade just yet. But Sinister to a 3v3. No map control here, no site control in particular. So that bomb's not going to be going down just yet. They still have a lot of work to do, still a lot of openings to be found. And this rotation here, Deviant and Lately actually opting for this A site. So Elusive, a little bit of a bait there. Is going to hold Djentlemen's focus onto this B-bomb site. It's going to keep that numbers advantage pretty much useless, as they're going to be having an open A site. Bomb's going to be going down. They're going to have a bit of time to get some post plants, and Djentlemen have an entire site that they need to run around to get to.
Yeah, well, Sinister 5 in a spot of trouble here on a 3-on-2, and what really matters right now for Sinister 5 is to set up some sort of crossfire. I mean, we got Deviant and Lately at the moment. If I'm them, I'll be setting up a crossfire at least. Checking my angles, of course. Deviant might just overextend himself a little bit here. He's going to have to back off and he'll get taken down. He's just hitting the shots. And Lately, under a lot of pressure, he'll get taken down. Oh, we see a little TK coming out there, but Takpok will remain alive. And this will be the round for Gents. Touch and go.
No, touch and go.
You should have it. You should have it. What a round.
It was looking like such a good round there from Sinister. I mean, that was a good response. Immediate, like, okay, well, we don't have side control. Cool. Let's go see what's happening on the A bomb site. And they had the right call. They were reading it so well. Complete open A site. And like you mentioned, should have set up a crossfire in that situation. I mean, you're already down in terms of numbers. At least give yourself, a better chance in terms of those 1v1s. So a bit of a quasi-buy here. We've got 3 Galils. We've got 2 AKs. Not a lot of utility on the Sinister 5 camp. And the Djentlemen already on match point.
Yeah, well, I don't know. This is really like, I wouldn't say troublesome for Sinister 5, but you know, I guess that's the right word to use. Managing to get the trade off here, so a good start for the T side at the least. A lot of action happening, and Wipeout just sitting with that SMG all the time. Why doesn't he pick up something? You know, hopefully, well, he doesn't have really the money, I guess. So again, Flexi in there with a FAMAS gets taken down, and all of a sudden, this looks like it's going to be up to Phoenix here now with the M4. And he needs to be super careful. He's going to keep this M4 here because, again, this is where pivotal rounds come into play. All these rounds have been so super pivotal for either side. He needs to keep this gun in order for them to just defend off the next round and avoid the draw. So
and I mean, it was
yeah.
It was a bit of the wrong call there for Djentlemen. You saw that, you know, that sort of almost desperate push from Flexi through the fire, just trying to get the bomb down, hopefully, you know, to stop the bomb plant, but it was a second too late. And instead, 2 guns were dropped. I mean, Wipeout, you know, hasn't had the money, like you said, has been on SMGs, and that's exactly the theme for Djentlemen. Look at the money that they have to work with. They possibly have a couple of deals. They might have a bit of armor. No utility, no rifles, nothing, you know, worth actually fighting against a full 5 AK stack from Sinister for the draw here. And
yeah,
unfortunately, that's that round. That's what we're talking about. Those it was so impactful economic decisions that can make or break a game for you. And unfortunately, like I said, no overtime, so it's looking good to be a draw.
Yeah, the first draw of the league at the moment. I'm just kind of looking at the setup here now. Is that going to work out? No, it's Elusive that's going to get the entry frag here, and followed by Deviant, also the front man right now. He needs to get some frags. He's hungry, but not really finding much at the moment. It's only lately finding Crucial here at the moment.
Ooh.
Again, Elusive picking up another frag. Flexi being able to take down 1, but it's not good enough. It's up to Tuckbok and Wipeout here to try their best. But yeah, interesting times really, eh?
I mean, that rifle has been recovered. Finally, Wipeout's going to be happy. He's got a rifle in his hands for once. Tuckbok on the MP9, trying to just find some heads, trying to hopefully turn this around. I mean, it's a 2v4. Or make that a 1v4 with a rifle. Good headshot there from Wipeout to start it off, but he's still got 3 terrors to find, and he's not going to be looking under his feet for Elusive, holding and waiting for it. There we go. First tie for Umzansi Esports League. My goodness gracious, and what a tie to be had. I mean, Djentlemen coming back so much stronger than what we've seen them so far, and they're looking so good right now, as is Sinister.
There we go. 15-15 draw, safe. That's all I can call. They get 1 point each. I mean, the question will be actually, how badly is this going to affect them you know, later on when we get to day 28, for example? Like, is this draw going to bite one of them in the backside? We don't know. I mean, this could really this might be okay for now because a point's a point, and obviously taking those points into the latter half of the round robin stage will be fine. But again, to get into that 4th spot, because only the top 4 qualify to go to the finals. That's the thing. The bottom 4, you know, once it's done, it's done. You know, they're sitting in the bottom 4 position, and they won't be able to play out for the top 4. So again, that draw might, you know, catch one of them off guard later on in the season.
I feel like Nuke has been such a surprise on either side. I mean, we saw Goliath and Energy going down to such a surprising game, and now Sinister and Djentlemen also just giving us such nail-biting Counter-Strike, and I'm excited to see what's going to be coming in the next few weeks.
Indeed. Well, let's have a look from the analyst desk and see what they've got to say.
Thank you so very much, Casters. What a wonderful game coming in indeed. Our first ever for the UMZANSI Esports League. It is a draw.
Yeah,
it is a draw.
It is a draw, and as Nate said, I think both the teams are going to be thinking the same thing. It is safe.
Yep, indeed.
But it was an interesting game, talking about how it all played out in the first half. I did feel like getting 6 rounds on the T side, the Djentlemen would actually have an opportunity to come back, because it just showcased them just being on play and on the same page today. On the other side, Sinister 5, I mean, last time also we did see this sort of a performance coming in from their side, where in the first half they would start out really slowly, but as soon as the game progressed, as you went further into the rounds, the players sort of start to get used to their opponents. And
Absolutely.
then they sort of get on the destruction path.
Yes, but today, I mean, one thing you have to point out is the fact that Gentlemen have certainly picked up the
Yes.
pace for the way the team played today. It was a knock and knock coming in from one team and then the other.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were backstage, and I was talking about this as well with the buddy. As soon as you felt like, all right, this team is gonna, like, for instance, let's take it like this. First, we did see the Gentlemen get the earlier
Right.
victories in the rounds, and then you saw Sin 5 come in.
True.
From there on out, it was like, all right, you get 2 rounds, I get 2 rounds. You get 1 round,
Pretty
I
much.
get 1 round.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was a to and fro knock and knock coming in again from both the teams because once again, I mean, the teams and the synergistic play that they were bringing in along with the skills,
Yeah.
it was wonderful to see.
It was an interesting play, and it was really, really nice to see these two teams go up in this sort of a fashion. Some of the frags that we did see were sort of questionable, and it made you wonder, like, all right, what is happening right now? But then again, it was most of the straight rounds that got the games to the close point, and I guess the element of surprise has to come into play over there.
Absolutely does, and with that, of course, the element of surprise was being brought in as soon as we reached here. This is where Sin 5 was able to make a comeback. I mean, it's not even, you cannot even call it a comeback because it was to and fro again and again throughout one round to the other. And with that, I do want to talk about a couple of players though.
Yeah.
Deviant, Elusive, they were spot on for Sin 5 so many times.
And the man on the op as well, Slayer. Slayer also put up an amazing performance, especially as far as it went to controlling the outer side, because that was somewhere where we did see the players from Gentlemen when they were playing on the T side use it as a point of fake, wherein in one round when they would get control of the ramp, the other time they would just counter up through garage on towards the A main from the outer side.
Absolutely. With that, let's also quickly have a look at the leaderboard after this match. Where do these teams stand? And indeed, as was expected, third match that Sin 5 played coming into their favor, taking the lead off of 80k, 7 points to this team.
1 point. I mean, they still haven't lost a game, so
Nope.
it is good for Sinister 5. A draw is better than a loss. They get 1 point. The Gentlemen also, they have 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss now. 4 points going on towards them. But still, if you look at the matches played, both the teams sitting on 3 games played by each of them. Goliath being the only team with 4 games played. I think now these two teams, Gentlemen, Sinister 5, the teams we just saw, they are in a good position. 80k is in a good position. Online Kingdom is one of the teams that is going to have to start picking up the pace.
Indeed, I mean, Online Kingdom is one of those teams, rather not only the only team. Energy also is another team. Energy Esports, another team that does fall under the exact same banter, which of course being that right now they're on 7th and 8th spot, but they've only played 1 game each.
Yeah.
Next weekend, week number 4, that is for Umzansi Esports League, we're going to be looking at these teams, and hopefully that weekend is going to be theirs to showcase their domination.
Well, hopefully next week, or when we actually see them in action, we get to see a victory for them. Or
Absolutely.
a game like this one.
Indeed, that is true. With that, our week number 3 of the Umzansi Esports League does come to an end. But like I've said so many times earlier as well, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, this is the way to be enjoying your weekend with all action-packed games, 4 back-to-back games from moving on FIFA, Tekken 7, PUBG Mobile, Counter-Strike. It is incredible. So of course, we certainly hope you guys are able to tune in next Friday. But for now, it is time to say sayonara. I'm your host, Blora, joined in with I Super Johnny, saying goodbye and take care.